Good morning, or yep, still morning, barely. It is 11:21 my time. Welcome back. Oh my gosh, we got a court feed earlier than I thought we were going to get one. Turn off my hearing aids are squealing. OMG. Thank you, Jesus, and thank you, Recovery Addict, again for the connection. I appreciate and applaud everything that you do, and I appreciate your assistance. So right now we're just going to hop on in because this is going to get spicy. We are joining in the middle live.
That's what I determined. His stories were inconsistent from the beginning.
Well, let's talk why they were inconsistent from the beginning.
Yes, ma'am.
So after everything happened and the contact is made with Border Patrol, Marcel, a statement was made to your call center because Marcel called his supervisors, maybe one or two. We'll learn more about it.
Maybe share screens. We're going to do it this way. Sorry,
and then one of the supervisors called the call center, not Jeremy. And we got an inconsistent statement conveyed to the call center. The statement, if you recall, was saying that Alan admitted to shooting, and that wasn't it. That's not the statement, was it? Are we there? We've all heard about it already. But this is where it started.
Yes.
And do you have water? You have what you need?
I'm good. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Let's go on the headset. Can you bring that? Jose, can you bring that headset over to us?
I got to reload the page, y'all. It's not cooperating. I apologize. You know, that's what happens when you try to do things. What's this?
To the scene, and I want you to show me what happened with you. Or the trained sergeant that was there, who is a supervisor to you, correct?
Yes.
Sergeants outrank a detective, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Why didn't they bother to say, Mr. Kelly, show me what happened. Take me through it.
I can't answer that question, ma'am. I don't know why they didn't do that. I don't know.
That's a poor investigation that not only it didn't happen at the time, but it...
Okay, I'm switching feeds, y'all. I apologize. This is so frustrating, but I know it can't be helped. Let's see if this is it. Oh, there's going to be a 10-minute, little 10-second commercial. But I want to watch the court live. There we go.
The beginning, the kitchen, the view outside. Could someone see something more than that? Is it possible they saw 5 people? Is it possible that Wanda could have just saw 2 and heard her husband say there were 5?
Possible, ma'am, but there's...
Okay, but the walkthrough would be helpful. What did you do when you stepped out? Where were you when you stepped out? How did you hold your rifle when you stepped out? At least give him a chance to explain his story since he was being so cooperative with you. Isn't that true? You could have done that.
I could have done that, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, I could. I agree with you.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, when it's clear that the way he stood later reflects the casings, maybe you all would have found the casings a lot sooner if you know where he was standing. True?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and if the position makes sense, then you could test that position. But your positioning of the casings is well, let's just say if they're accurately placed on the ground for your photos, and we know where a dead body is, that's a give me too. I mean, that's a defined location. But what we don't have is where Mr. Kelly was standing when he shot, and all you had to do was say, show me any one of your department to see if it makes sense with the evidence. He wouldn't have known better. You know, you let them talk until until they're done talking and see if it squares up or not. But no one did that, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. And unfortunately for you and the rest of the department, and the what I call the telephone mishap, which means when you were young and you told a secret, told another person, it gets changed. The stories get changed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And unfortunately, we'll figure out later how that might have happened, but it did. And so now, unfairly to your department, y'all are out there with almost blinded to the fact that he confessed. So isn't it true? It could affect your investigation. Okay, let's go on with how things don't get conveyed correctly. We were looking to the arrest booking form. I'm going to repost it. It's already been admitted. It states to.
I really, really like her, y'all. I like her so much. She's a good attorney.
I don't see a light there.
So, in a previous hearing, you denied doing this, but ultimately you realized you did do this narrative. You wrote that narrative, correct?
Yes, after Ms. Locker presented this during our original PH, I did ownership. I did tell her, but I was not lying about it. I completely forgot about me assisting our sergeants filling out the narratives during this portion of the booking form. Not only was I taking phone calls, typing up a search warrant, and multiple things, and I completely forgot that I did the narratives. There was no lie. I did not misinterpret this booking form at all. I took responsibility for not realizing that I did the narrative. It wasn't a lie. It was not done intentional. And I took responsibility to Ms. Larkin during her PH.
Okay, so I think what you're saying is you're admitting that you misrepresented writing this, but later
No,
changed
ma'am,
it.
I didn't say that. I said I did not misrepresent this booking form at all. I just completely forgot that I requested assistance from the sergeants to book them in while I did everything else. I was doing finish up the interviews. I was preparing evidence to go out to the scene. I was finishing up preparing the search warrant on the phone with the judge to get the search warrant granted. I did not lie or intentionally say that I didn't do this. I owned up to it, and I told Ms. Larkin that I owned up to it. I did not lie about it.
Well, let's just.
It shows female, not male.
In a hearing.
Yes, I
That's
understand.
false.
Okay, and you were under oath, and then ultimately you realized you did.
Yes, ma'am.
And now you're admitting that you wrote this part.
The narrative part, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, okay. Now, my problem with this is that you've already interviewed Mr. Kelly at this time, correct?
Yes, this was after the interview.
Okay. So the first part I have a problem is that you said he was chasing undocumented foreign nationals. Okay, he never said he was chasing them. Okay, and you weren't there to see him chasing him. And
Good
so,
point.
even though you heard that he wasn't chasing them, he did head out towards his barn. He did observe that he had no signs of them through the Aurora, believe that might have been their escape route. And he passed that location, because we know that was true because he was found up there by the water pump, which is just off of the barn.
That's good.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
all right. Now
And
you
you
got
have
men running
cameras
around
from,
with guns in his
multiple-
version,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And he has property,
Yes, ma'am.
he has cows,
Yes, ma'am.
and they need to stay in his property. And so people on his property could very well have cut his fence line, correct?
Mhm.
That's what he's testified to. I mean, told me to.
Yeah, and that happens quite a bit. The Border
Right.
Patrol comes back and tries to help them out and fix their fence lines and stuff with it, right?
When it's Border Patrol, it actually cuts the fence, yeah.
Well, I think they're very gracious. But he has a right to observe what's going on his property, correct?
Of course, man, it's property.
And he has a right to be armed in the great state of Arizona, correct?
That's 100% correct, man.
Okay.
Notice how he
And-
keeps looking at the jury, kind of like,
But there's
you believe
nowhere
me?
that he told
See?
you he was chasing them. He didn't say that. Correct? It's just a yes or no.
No, man.
No, he didn't, or no, he did.
No, he didn't tell me about chasing him.
Okay.
Being to Marcel, he said he
All
was
right.
walking towards them.
And then you said Mr. Kelly was interviewed and admitted to shooting at, I'll let you read the rest of the sentence. Make sure I get your writing correct. Last line, was shooting at
Shooting at video with male subjects.
male subjects. Okay. Well, yes, he did admit to raising his gun in the air to scare him away.
And if you look at the lower box, it's checked
Took a
female,
chance
not
that he
male.
could have been killed, assuming that the person pointed a gun at him and you admitted you wouldn't have done that. You would have shot him,
I
right?
guarantee this old man is not transgendered.
And then what's the rest of the sentence say? The next sentence, last one.
A deceased male subject was discovered on his property.
Okay. So even though it's sort of true that he admitted to shooting his gun at over male subjects, you didn't write over male subjects, correct?
Yes.
You made this sound like an admission of guilt when he didn't give you that. And yet you started the storyline after it already being misrepresented by the Border Patrol, who conveyed it through the dispatch. But now, and you all heard that, but now had a chance to interview him, and he's never admitted and denied telling Jeremy that. Now, isn't that true so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Jeremy, you interviewed before or after you wrote this?
He's not.
I interviewed him. Actually, I talked to him before, and before I did, then I interviewed him at a later date.
So you know his statement was different than what was conveyed, that something may have been struck earlier was the only statement that Jeremy actually noted and put in his police reports too, correct?
That's after the fact when I interviewed him, when he presented me those, but when I initial phone call, he told me he had shot and struck something.
No, come on. So now Agent Marcel is lying on the stand to these
No,
jurors?
ma'am, no.
Okay. I mean, he was very forthright.
Yes, ma'am.
He cooperated with you as a different agency.
Yes, ma'am.
He provided you his report at some point in time.
Quit looking at the jury
You
to
know-
see if they believe you.
You have a means of correcting something and making a report to reflect the corrections. I've seen some coming from your department, correct? How do you make a correction to something?
Like on a report,
Yes.
before, you want me to explain how we do the corrections
Yeah,
on reports?
if there's just a random correction that needs to be made,
So in CID, in their criminal detectives, we do everything on Word before it's submitted into Spillman. Once we correct it, we download it into Spillman, which is the actual reports you were provided with.
and what do you call those corrected reports?
Just corrections, man.
Okay, so it's like a supplement?
Well, there's the main reports and then there's supplements.
Secondary
In this case, I think I've
supplementary.
done over 30 supplementary reports in this case myself.
And what about corrected reports? You call them the same thing?
We do supplemental reports. We document that on this supplement, I just noted this and I discovered it was wrong, so this is another supplement correcting this. We don't go back and correct it, we do another supplement.
Okay, good. That's where I was leading to. You don't change what was, or even though there's a mistake on a report, you supplement and show the correction through that additional report, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's how we've been trained. And
Did you ever do a supplemental report stating what Mr. Kelly really did say? Something may have been struck earlier?
it's on the interview with Mr. Marcel.
No, but did you in your sheriff's department, because there's a lot of contradictory statements that he confessed. So all the officers heard it and made a note of it. A lot of them made a note of
Be
it
right back,
in their
Joe.
report.
So you're asking me if I did another report regarding that? No,
Yes,
ma'am, I didn't.
Okay. So we get this report. When you get a warrant, a search warrant, for example,
What's that?
when you get a search warrant,
Yes, ma'am.
how do you go about getting it?
We get a probable cause statement.
Okay.
It's called an affidavit of probable cause statement.
And what is an affidavit?
It's a document that you document what you're looking for, the facts, everything you gather to submit it for the actual search warrant.
An affidavit is a sworn statement, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Do you literally raise your hand before someone and swear that this information you're providing is truthful?
Both in person or in telephone, we still raise our hand.
Okay. So if you went to Judge Fink and said, sir, I need a search warrant, which you guys have done on this case, correct?
Yeah, we've done plenty of search warrants.
Okay. And you raised your hand if you were in person or the other way, if you were doing it by some other telephonic means, you are swearing the information is truthful, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, with the actual warrant to be signed by the judge to allow you to do the search, usually the affidavit is accompanied by it so the judge can read your probable cause basis, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I'm going to show you some stuff for you to look over. I picked one of your search warrants, and I believe this is your AT&T search warrant, okay? And I'm going to just let you review it first. I haven't marked it. I'll go ahead and get it marked, okay? Yeah. I'm going to show it to the state first. As you go through your affidavit, I did obviously highlight a few things. I'll let you just review it and just let me know when you're ready.
Ms. Lortho, I for this document.
Thank you, sir. Let me know if you need it back.
I probably will, man. I did a lot of supplements in this case.
You did a lot of search warrants and different things, and I know, so, but I'm gonna bring your attention to your affidavit, because that was your sworn statement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does the word affiant mean?
Affiant. Me.
Huh?
Affiant. Me.
Okay, okay, go ahead, what does it mean?
It's me, the person
Being
sworn.
legit. Thank you, sorry to cut you off. Okay, so. You told, in your affidavit, you said you then informed George, Mr. Kelly, of the statement he provided to USBP agents, where he informed USBP agents that he needed for them and the sheriff's office to respond due to him striking something. Okay, and you're portraying that statement in your sworn statement to go get a search warrant.
That's what I document.
You also above that said that you call it affiant. I'll call it the way you call it.
It's me.
It's fine. So you, detective, learned from George that he heard what he believed to be a gunshot and began running after the male subjects. He didn't tell you that, did he?
It was Agent Marcel.
Well, you said you heard from George. You wrote to the judge in your statement to get this search warrant that you learned from George. You didn't say Agent Marcel.
I understand what you said, ma'am.
Okay.
That's true.
And
Need one of those
another page.
sound effects. Uh-oh. I do have this one.
That in this paragraph, at the end of this paragraph, you then learn from Agent
He
Marcel
keeps looking
that he
over
had
at the
made
jury like-
contact with George at about 17:35 hours, and proceeded to tell him that he needed for him to respond along with the sheriff deputies because he had struck something. Okay. He never said he struck anything. He's shooting in the air. So once again, even if that indirectly came from Marcel in your belief because of the mess up through the call center,
Yep.
you now know the truth that that's not what Marcel said, correct?
That's correct.
And this affidavit, a search warrant, was signed by the Honorable Cartwright on the 7th day of June of 2023 at 13:17 hours.
I saw that, yes.
Okay. You know the story by now, and yet the story keeps going on and getting misrepresented,
Yes.
correct?
That's what I document.
Yep. And we kind of heard a little bit more about the medical examiner getting information about the case, which the narrative for the medical examiner wasn't accurate, correct?
That's
You
correct.
didn't write it though.
You're talking about the OME report?
Yes, the narrative on the ME's report.
I had nothing, I didn't partake on the OME filling out the form.
No.
I
But
don't like
when
the shadiness.
you are
He's very
the
shifty.
lead investigator, detective on the case, and you see inaccurate information, you could supplement and stop that information, but you didn't, did you?
Because I wasn't there, ma'am. I never saw the OME form and did not partake anything with the body until I attended the autopsy. I never saw that OME form.
I know.
Usually on all my cases, when not them prior ones, I take full responsibility of the OME because I know how important that form is. But I did not partake in this. I didn't see the OME form. I didn't see who wrote the OME form. I was not there.
Not me, sir.
So we get
Oh,
a
he is
medical
so
examiner
nervous.
form, and I'm holding up AAA defense
Yes.
evidence. And in it, there was a
Mm.
narrative that the medical examiner relied on and I'm going to refresh the location of this to you, show you this piece of evidence.
Sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and review it and tell me, is that completely the truth as to what we know now?
Like I said, ma'am, I was here, I heard it, I'm reading it right now. I didn't have nothing to do with this narrative. I didn't
But you
write it.
didn't fix it.
It's already been submitted by the time I got to it, so whenever the coroner picks up the body, the OME goes with the body, so I didn't partake in none of that, so.
So this false narrative continues. And unfortunately, it could have been conveyed down to all the other experts. Isn't that possible?
Possible.
And when people go into a situation believing a certain thing has happened, that could affect them too on how they set up their expertise, whether it's ballistics or DNA or whatever, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So in this narrative, we have once again the homeowner indicated that the group was running parallel at the property and had long rifles on their possession. That part fits Mr. Kelly's story, correct?
Yes.
He then allegedly pursued the group and engaged them. Well, I don't know about pursuing them, but let's give that a benefit of the doubt for a second. Firing one shot from his AK-47. That's not true. That's the one shot that he heard before he exited his house. So the information isn't accurate, right?
I did not write that, ma'am.
I understand. Your in-training detective gave this narrative, correct?
I don't know, I wasn't there when he gave it.
But Detective Barbos is responsible. His name is on here, that the form completed by Deputy Barba.
I can't remember what his testimony was regarding this, man, but I don't know. I don't know if he actually wrote it or if his name is on there. It's on there, then.
Well, it just says additional information was obtained by PCOME. What's that?
PCOME, Pima County Office of Medical.
Preliminary death form completed by Deputy Barba.
Okay, so it must have been him then.
So there was something completed, some form that they use internally, maybe at the medical examiner's office, right? Sounds like it.
It sounds like it. We have our own form that we submit with the body.
Okay. Where's that form?
We have it, it's provided by the OME, we have it on our shared server in our computers. So whenever the regular OME form, when a body dies, it's an OME form. So that form is filled out by, anyone can fill the form in the law enforcement, whoever's there is on the scene. It's just an OME, generic OME form provided by Pima County Office, who was provided. I've been filling that form out my 17 years. So it's in a shared server, hasn't changed. Some deputies like to write it in, some deputies like to type it in. As soon as the OME picks up, or the funeral home here in our county picks up the body, that form goes with them. Then it's faxed to the OME too. because they won't take the body without that form. So I don't know if you have that form. That form, we could tell you exactly who filled out the OMA form.
Have you seen it?
I haven't seen it, man. Like I said, I didn't partake in any of that. The only time I made contact with the body was at the autopsy. That's the first time I made contact with the body.
Well, if you have a detective that's still waiting to go to detective school and can't take this case on its own because he hasn't had all the proper training yet, that means he's under your wing, I would assume, for guidance on how to handle this case. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. But like I said, if you have that form, I can tell you exactly who filled out the OMA form.
I don't think I have it. So I don't know.
So, like I said, it's an OME form, so if I see that form, because we put our initials on there, whoever filled out the form, so I don't know when or where the Detective Barba filled this form out. I need to see that form. I don't have it in front of me.
So, and I don't believe I have it. Maybe the state's looking for it, but that's up to them whether they are or not. But I don't have it. But this investigator narrative was in the middle of the medical examiner form or report. And this is their full report because it includes everything, all their findings, photos, and everything. And this paragraph is nestled right in the middle of their forms in their report, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and they identified Deputy Barbara as supplying it. I guess my concern is, I mean, you can't be everywhere 24/7, but where does this stop with the story?
I don't know, man. Like I said, if you have that form, I can put some light into this issue regarding this narrative on the OME form too.
Well, maybe if you had sent out a supplemental narrative and said that part wasn't true, maybe others would get a copy of it and see it. I'm just saying, it's just the actions that are being taken by different parts of your department are still going on the presumption that he confessed and chased these people down. So here we have an investigation that's been slanted because of this false information from the beginning. Is that possible?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Let's look at all the evidence that you have worked on to show and support or not support your version of the case, okay? We have you guys doing DNA, correct?
Yes.
And if I recall right from testimony, all of the evidence, all of Mr. Kelly's clothing that was selected, no DNA was found on it that would have been the victims, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And matter of fact, you didn't put him in the right clothing. He had I believe you said the outer layer was a blue shirt, but he had a sweatshirt on and a vest that was out over the blue shirt. So just so it doesn't confuse the jurors. Do you remember that clothing now?
I do remember the clothing, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember let's see here. The vest, I believe, was under his jacket.
It was a puffer vest.
Yes. And what color was that? Do you remember?
I don't remember, ma'am.
You're just for clarification, we're referring to the defendant?
Yes.
I find it very interesting that now that he's on the defense's side, he's struggling.
Is defense GG admitted yet?
So they had him labeled as a shooter from
So GG was not admitted, but the court did order it to be in the court file. Oh, wait, GG?
Sorry, the dog pushes the door open.
Pointing out to GG, I apologize. That has not been in.
Thank you. I'll tender this defense GG to the state to review.
Playing with the collar. It's getting hot. Uncomfortable. He's fidgeting. He's looking over at the jury a lot. This is a very uncomfortable
Assuming no objection, Your Honor. She admits.
situation for him. What do you?
No,
Okay,
if you'll just read my note.
okay, hold on. I'm sorry, I didn't see it before.
He is definitely uncomfortable. Okay. All right, guys. So we are actually going to change that music up. We are doing another one of those sidebars, and I find this guy very not credible. If I was a juror, once again, I said I was really critical of the prosecution when they came in, to be equally as critical of the defense. But right now, I don't really find anything to be critical of. And I'm looking. This lawyer got her ticket, and I wonder if the judge and the younger attorney for Mr. Kelly are in better terms today. It was a cat fight from Friday, I believe. It was not a good day. So they have, I think they said they had 3 witnesses. Okay, they're back. I like the way she stands. It's kind of like, ha, gotcha. Trump that one. Now, you see the pin of one of the jurors. I'm not liking that. They need to get this camera shot. Look, there's a juror.
That has been marked as defense GG.
Yes, ma'am, those are Mr. Kelly's.
That looks to be a female's hand.
And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, I believe. 4 photos of this in this exhibit,
Yes, ma'am.
and they all accurately depict his clothing upon arrest and taking his clothing.
Yes, gotcha.
She's a good attorney. I like her.
As far as I can remember, yes, ma'am.
I'd like to enter into evidence defense GG.
No objection.
GG is submitted.
Permission to publish.
Excuse me, GG is submitted, yes.
The 2 women you see under the TV, those are Spanish interpreters. He just handed it to the clerk of court.
Okay, I'm going to start with the 3rd photo. And it's
They are covering their mouths. Number 1, when you cover your mouth, it keeps the sound closer to the mic, and people aren't lip reading it. Okay. That looks like, well, Mr. Kelly's physical possessions.
okay, so this is Mr. Kelly's jeans, correct?
That's correct.
And his boots.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Underwear. Now I know what he wears.
this appears to be that blue shirt that you mentioned was the that you agreed with the state that it was the outer layer clothing, correct?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay. But in reality, he had on both this sweatshirt and this vest on him also, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
And that did cover up the blue shirt, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I just want to bring correction, just to polish the rest for everyone to see what's there.
Yeah.
You can see undergarments, watch, the gloves. Was that found or carried in like his back pocket?
I can't remember when he came in where he had them on.
He wasn't wearing them, was he?
I don't believe so.
No, they're probably shoved in his back pocket like my grandpa. Looks like everything my grandpa used to wear. I kid you not.
And that last one was the first photo. This is the second photo. We saw the third. I'm going to go to the fourth.
It's a lot of clothing on.
At this point in time, I'm assuming he's in jail clothes, correct?
Yes.
I believe so.
All right, sounds like you're moving into another area. We'll take our mid-morning recess. We started a little late this morning, so I'm gonna keep the recess to 15 minutes. About 10 o'clock, we'll be back at 10:15.
Yay. Good for you, Your Honor. Okay, this will give us the time to catch up. I am cooking my lunch at the same time as doing this. He is sweating bullets, and I like it. He knows. Look at him. Look at that body language. When I took my body language class, look at this body language. Leans forward. Oh, crap. Very fidgety. He knows he's under the gun. He knows he just partially undid their case.
Be seated. Counsel, when we were in chambers this morning, we met with the two jurors and discussed with them their issues concerning continuing to serve on this jury, and then we discussed, for time management purposes, how much time remained. I just want to make sure, just for time management purposes, counsel, do you still anticipate being with this witness consistent with the estimate you gave us this morning?
Yes, my estimate was the morning, and
Right.
I feel like we're not there yet. So.
No, we aren't. I'm just checking, just to make sure we're still on track. Just checking for time management purposes.
I think he got himself in trouble for the other day for the way he's behaving.
As considerate as possible, considering he had the issue that was brought to us. And so I am moving quickly through.
You do what you need to do. I'm just trying to keep track of the time for my own
Ooh,
purposes.
now he's on their side
We'll
again.
recess until 10:15.
Oh, how interesting, y'all. Okay, this is very interesting. Very, very. I want to remove that. The last week he had a hissy fit about the time and said the prosecution isn't only going to have a couple of days versus the prosecution's had 13 days. He was indicating that this was going to go to jury no matter what on Thursday, which would only give in 2.5 days to the defense. That was hell raising, none to say the least. And so now he is changing his tune. It was a media hit. He's all over the social media as the judge throwing her temper tantrum. I am sure his superior gave him a little something to show for. Okay, so I'll be right back. Listen to some cool music in the meantime. Well, I'm back. I'm just checking on our lunch. I'm making my own lunch today. We're not ordering. So, chicken, pasta. I feel like they've impeached him quite well. Honestly. Honestly, I think they have impeached him quite well. Did I hear the alarm go off? No. For me, I was really hoping, but to find holes in the defense right now. I really haven't found any. I know Mr. Kelly made a lot of different comments and things changed along the way, but it's being explained very well by his attorney when in fact it really wasn't Mr. Kelly who was changing what was said. It was like that telephone game we played in school where you start with the color is purple and the truck is purple, the tires are red and the bumper's white. And by the time you get back, the truck is black, the bumpers are white and the tires are green. And I think that's kind of a little bit what's happened here. I find that very, very interesting, but at the same time I feel, better for him. I feel like he is definitely I feel like he's definitely in a better place right now. Um, once again, if I was an alternate juror, I would have to say, no bueno. No bueno. This is not going to happen. This is not going to be a guilty verdict. That's just in my humble opinion. So, one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to try and connect another camera kind of back over here so you can get a bird's eye view of my setup and what I'm doing. Ooh, somebody's getting a new tool. They're getting the Broadcast Da Vinci, a friend of mine. I really, really, really am excited with this program. I'm going to have to add just a couple more equipment eventually, but right now this is working good. It is, I'm not going to be doing any kind of major broadcasting like with sports or anything. So let's look at some questions. Wow. So one person said she may be dragging it out, but she has to go through the process to get the big point she wants and needs to make for her client. She's also okay to lead on cross. So people didn't understand that. So that is true. The when you are the prosecution, you cannot lead on when you're going through and questioning the witness. The defense can lead. A leading question is did you not say that yesterday the sky was blue? The prosecution would have to say, and what color, what was the sky look like yesterday? And then you would have to go in and describe it. So that's important. I'm reading through. There's some weird comments, y'all. Yeah, that's right. This detective is going to lose his job and pension. Very well, maybe. See, here's the thing they made mistakes, and instead of correcting those mistakes, they choose to move forward and prosecute. He is doing exactly what favors the state deniability. This is so true. It's deny, deny, deny. Okay, guys, I'm going to go get our meal. It is ready, and I shall return.
Okay, I believe.
No, I'm here.
You turn my speaker. That we left off starting to talk about DNA. And we determined that there was no DNA, including the defendant's gloves. What else was tested? Do you recall off the top of your head?
I don't recall now if the see the report is possible, but I don't
Okay.
recall.
There was nothing supporting any DNA, like any blood or any DNA from the victim on the defendant, on Alan. And then they checked the clothing on the Gabriel, the victim, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the backpack just seems to be excluded from all testing on the case. But we did have a patch from his jacket that was taken away from any blood on the jacket. And there appeared to be a possible second contributor, but couldn't determine who, correct? Did you hear that part?
Yes, ma'am, I remember.
Why didn't you collect some of the other DNA from and voluntarily ask if, DRR would have given some of his DNA since he put himself at the scene?
I have no answer for that, ma'am.
Well, if he fought you heavily, maybe he has a different role at the scene if he was there. I mean, what if he took the items and he's trying to point the finger at Alan so he's not in trouble with whoever supplied him with these items?
What items, ma'am?
Well, illegal things that would be leading to money.
Well, there's no evidence of anything like that found on the property, ma'am. No backpacks, no bundles.
Would you leave a gun behind? Or as a suspect, would you, if you're stealing, guns have value, correct? Guns get stolen, correct?
Yeah, they get stolen.
And they have value, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you, I don't know if you know this or not, but it's a crime to bring guns from America into Mexico.
Is it illegal
Yes,
to export firearms from the US to Mexico?
yes,
Yes, it is.
okay. So why would you show it? Why would you leave it if it has value, right? These are things you had to think about, correct?
It's a lot of circumstances to that, ma'am, if why it wasn't or left behind or taken.
Okay, now let's say in that fanny pack where half of it is empty is a lot of money for transporting someone over to America. Like $2,500 in 20s or hundreds or whatever. But that wad sits in the fanny pack. Do you think if you were stealing from someone that you would leave that behind?
You're asking me to guess on that, ma'am, so I don't know if there was money or not, but I'm not gonna guess on that.
But you are a detective that can handle a robbery case too, aren't you?
Robbery case?
Yes.
I've taken robbery cases.
Okay. And these are questions that you would say or could have said are unanswered. Let me explore it in my investigation. Isn't that possible?
Yeah, ma'am, but there's no absolute evidence of a struggle or a robbery that ensued with that backpack and fanny pack were found.
Sir, you talked about no evidence of a struggle. We got a dead man, correct?
With a shot.
And SS admitted? Defense?
Yes.
Thank you. Permission to republish?
Yes.
To me, I don't want to know to you, does this picture not cry out some sort of foul play?
What foul play, ma'am? It's a dead body facing down.
let's take a look at that backpack, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Backpacks, you could fall down 300 times and it will stay on your back. This backpack is pulled up over his head, it's unzipped, and a fanny pack lies on the side where it's not normally carried.
Yep.
Does that not cry out foul play, possible robbery?
No, ma'am.
What about the fact that the buckle was broken? So, since we've seen photos that Gabriel has been seen with a fanny pack across his chest. Do you remember that photo?
I vaguely remember it, yes.
It was about a week before,
Yes, ma'am.
shortly before this incident,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? You put your most valuables possibly in there, possible, right?
Possible?
Okay? So money, drugs, things that might have value, ID, whatever might be in that fanny pack, correct?
Possible?
Now, assuming for a second it's still there when this happens, assuming that someone pulled it from underneath him, like he's laying flat down like we found him, and the strap, sir, goes across the chest where the wound is, collecting some blood, which we saw the photo, the fanny pack on the strap had blood. Do you remember that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So if you pull it across the wound and you collected a little blood, unzipped it like it was and look inside of it, and half of the contents is gone, it appears. Is that a possible? And this is SS, isn't it, correct? Seems kind of weird that whatever this item is the only thing that's in this area.
Objection or argument.
Does it not seem a little strange to you that something could be missing from this pouch?
No strange
If
at all.
it's
We don't know
unzipped
what he
and
had
both
in
of them are
there.
unzipped,
All I
yes.
found was food.
But sir, a good detective is going to look at these clothes and see where they might take you. And I want to know, did you allow this to take you anywhere to possibly investigate? Did you ask for DNA from DRR?
No, ma'am,
No.
I didn't ask any DNA from DR.
Not from the backpack,
So
not from the fanny
DNA
pack.
is not conclusive in any way to show Alan's guilt, correct? Are we in agreement with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's look at fingerprints, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Did fingerprints
On the
reveal
buckle.
anything that would show Alan's guilt in this case?
There's no fingerprints found.
Okay, so the answer is no, correct?
That's correct.
Let's talk about gunshot residue. Again, I made a point earlier with that testimony to show the biggest area on the back, and since this is the side and the back of the entrance, the biggest area was covered by a backpack and it wasn't tested, correct?
The backpack wasn't tested.
Right. Instead, we did the shirt, I believe, or the jacket, underneath the backpack, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, was there any evidence, one way or the other, of the gunshot residue? How long did it take you to run that test before you did?
I was not part of that, ma'am.
But it was, to initiate, to get an expert. When was that inquired of? 6 months later? A few months later?
I would like to see the report. I didn't take part of that.
Deniability,
Deniability.
deniability.
Test kit, if you will call
And
it.
he keeps looking at
I
the
don't remember.
jury.
Yeah, but
Are they
You're the lead
listening? Are they
detective.
believing?
I'm going to keep reminding you of that,
I
correct?
understand that
Okay.
clearly, ma'am.
And he was learning, and he probably was going through you with your approval on that, correct?
He was a lead investigator. He
This was
knew everything.
requested by the county attorney's office, ma'am, but like I said, he assisted me in a lot of things which I wasn't there with him. Detective Barba, his years on patrol, he's a real good cop, real good detective. He's
So I'm
still
gonna
learning.
blame
Yes,
him.
he is, but I didn't partake in that, so.
No, but your teachings is helping to make him hopefully a better detective, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how to handle a murder case You've had one at least before, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
And he really hasn't been a detective on any case at this point in time because he was in training, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. So your guidance on what to do in the case would come from you, correct?
Yes,
Correct.
ma'am.
You're running with this investigation now.
Yes,
Right?
ma'am. You're correct.
You might have higher powers, but it's your baby. It's your case.
That's correct.
Okay. And the results of it
So you're going
will
to tell
come
everybody
through
else
you.
on the
You
boat.
will take the time to look at it because that you know everything about this case. You know what's happened on this case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's the job of a lead detective, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So there's that, let's see if I can find it real quick. That mystery tree. The tree that was located with a broken branch with animal hair below it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so initially, no one thought much of it. But we did hear a little testimony that maybe someone suggested you check on it. But we're half a year later, correct?
I believe so, yes.
7 months to be exact. Yeah, that's what one thing that really got me. Why would you go back 7 months later? I think I'm rolling on my thing. 7 months later, why would you go back and collect a part of a tree stump and the evidence? What happened to getting it the day you were there? Because you guys noticed it then.
In relationship to the tree that was tested a half a year later.
Yeah, tested a half a year later.
Can you identify all these photos?
I wasn't there when these were taken.
I think I need to mark them.
Deniability.
Mark.
I wasn't
This
there.
would be the fence you used. But you've seen this.
Briefly, yes.
Okay. And so can you identify that as just trying to go back to the tree and get some photos and collect it, and then it was sent off for testing, correct?
That's what the pictures depicting, but like I said, I wasn't.
I understand. I'm going to ask you a question about it, but this, you've seen these photos, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this would show that event, them trying to get they got a search warrant. They went back to Mr. Kelly's ranch and took a piece off of the tree, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
And this tree was tested, right?
I believe so, yes.
And no evidence was found on this tree, correct?
That's correct.
Permission to enter into evidence first, defense UU.
Well, since the witness, we can't lay proper foundation, but I think he already testified that it was accurate, no objection.
You was admitted.
Permission to publish.
Right.
I understand you weren't there, but I would like to make a point about these photos, okay? Can you see the first one?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Yes.
These are all stapled together. And I'm gonna go down to the second one. Is that upside down? I'm going to the third one.
Have to eat.
And now the fourth photo.
Pretty patio.
Fifth photo.
Okay, so they're measuring the distance between where they think he shot
Back to looking
and the
at
victim was
tree
found.
with the measuring.
Is it 21 inches from the ground? Almost 2 feet?
Now, the reason why I wanted to show you all this is because do you see them properly measuring the locations of the evidence from not only for identification purposes, but later for distances also?
That's what the pictures are showing, yes.
Nowhere with the spent casings did anyone take the time, isn't it true, and measure where each casing was in location to fixed objects.
We did not
True.
measure, we just labeled with placards.
The proper way in any reconstruction of something, whether it's an accident or evidence, is to do exactly what was done on this tree to the other evidence. Correct?
Like I
The
said,
proper way.
like I said, that day, we just located them, photographed them, and.
Wait.
So you didn't do your job you
That's
didn't
okay. I
do due
understand your question,
diligence on
the
your job.
label, the measure, I understand.
And I get it, it's not your job initially, it was crime scene's job initially, correct? Correct?
CID,
CID, however you call it.
Crime scene
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
investigation department.
The reasoning is because you had to put the casings back down on another time to help with the reconstruction. I mean, or any other reason you might need to go back and do it, and it's not even documented, correct?
I was not part of that, man.
Okay, but it is true.
I don't know, man, I was not part of that.
I'm
But
not
you
a part
saw
of
the
it, not a part of it, not a part of
Yes,
it.
ma'am.
Is
You
a
didn't see
standby.
one measured out like you did in this grouping here.
You're
But
talking
I'm-
about,
I'm
sorry,
sorry,
ma'am,
Let
sorry.
me refer it to you, defense you.
You're talking over her.
I didn't see any casings on it, that's what you're asking me.
No tape measuring
Oh,
where the
no.
casings were in relationship to the different fixtures of the patio.
No, ma'am.
So to accurately relay down, it's somewhat of a guess, just a guess
Hmm.
by eyesight, an estimate, correct?
That's correct.
So the tree didn't offer any help. Let's talk about the shooting pattern. We sent this out to an expert, and he took the gun, a rifle of Mr. Kelly's, and shot to say it was a working order, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, which no one's denying the casings on the ground were the ones that were used to shoot over the head of the 5 subjects. That hasn't been an issue in this case, has it?
Just for clarification, she referred to an expert. We have 2 firearm experts in this case. So which one is she referring to?
I'm talking, I haven't gotten into the question yet. But we had a shooting pattern expert who shot and determined the pattern of the casings, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that assist in any way improving the guilt of my client?
Just the ejection pattern, ma'am, that was what's done, the ejection pattern.
But we're measuring it up against something that didn't get measured,
I
correct?
wasn't there, ma'am.
No, it's just a yes or no. You know,
No,
is there a
no.
photo of it being measured?
No.
Okay. So it's a hypothetical that there could have been some other testing that was not ordered by your department or whoever had the authority to the angle of the fire testing wasn't done. Okay? And do you remember that part of the testimony?
I believe so, yes.
But yet we know in this case, the rifle was held up and he even gave 100 yards up over their head is what he gave. And since we didn't do a walkthrough to have him show you how that gun was being held, maybe enough of a guess could have been done, but it wasn't compared with this expert, right? They didn't do that.
I believe so. Like I said, I wasn't.
So the shooting pattern doesn't really show you anything that would go towards his guilt with it.
Ask me to guess, and I'm not gonna guess.
But there's no evidence that you could use and say, but the shooting pattern shows he's guilty, right?
Objection or argumentative.
Nothing in that investigation that led you to go further, maybe in testing other things with that, right? Now, the crime scene, there was never a bullet, so we don't have a gun that went through the victim in this case, correct?
That's correct. We didn't find the projectile.
And there's obviously still stuff on the property somewhere that didn't get discovered. Was that possible?
What are you referring to, man?
More casings on the ground somewhere, maybe?
We didn't locate any, other than the one behind the porch.
Well, and how long did it take before y'all found that?
Those hours later.
And yet they were right there,
That's correct.
right where he said he came outside and shot above the head. And your department couldn't find him right away, correct?
That's correct. It was too dark. No lighting. We missed-
Well, would it be fair to say then the best thing to do is make sure no one goes in and out of this property, protect the crime scene, and revisit it in the morning if you couldn't get proper lighting out there?
Correct.
There was no hurry, right? I mean, you could have evaluated it, waited for daybreak, and then go back out and keep looking, correct?
He's
we
nervous.
cleared and I applied for another search warrant, and correct, not the second day, but actually hours after we left. Same day.
I
And
like
then
him.
you look to witnesses to determine your strength of your
squirming.
case and your investigation. And I mentioned earlier there was 3, the jurors are aware of 1. But there's also Mrs. Kelly, she's a witness, isn't she?
That's correct.
And then the defendant being cooperative, Alan was just chatting away, trying to help, saying that he wanted to cooperate, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he was 100% cooperative, man, he would have let me know right off the bat that he discharged his firearm. But he never did.
But you
Also,
didn't
he had the
know.
opportunity to tell several officers on scene.
Well, let's look at that line of questioning. Because your questions was, if I remember, let me see if I can find some.
You didn't ask.
It was something to the effect.
Once again,
did
you're
you
passing
shoot
the
at that
blame back
gentleman?
on to him.
And you kept asking, did you shoot at somebody? Correct?
That's correct.
And he kept saying, no, I did not shoot at them, at him, the gentleman.
He shot up in the air, and his
Question.
consistency
George,
with
did
the
you
angle
shoot
and
this
when he held
gentleman?
his hands up, he was
That's
consistently
the type
shot
of
this way.
questions you were
Consistently.
asking of Alan, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And ultimately he says, how would I know? But then he said, but I did not shoot at anybody. Okay? Because it's over the head. And he's owned a lodge. He taught people how to hunt and took them out on their property to do that. So we would assume in your investigation that you could assume that he knows how to handle a weapon, correct?
We can assume that, yes.
Duh.
So you never shot this gentleman. And he adamantly said, no, I didn't. Okay, so that goes on for quite some time until you finally changed your question. After he says another time and another time, I did not shoot at those gentlemen. Did you shoot? That's the first time you didn't add someone else to it, a pronoun of some sort referencing someone. And he said, yes. meaning he did shoot, but I shot over their heads.
Mm-hmm.
So it was your questions that he's responding to, and you want him to do your investigation and tell you all that when he's relying on your questions and answering your questions.
Yep.
Mac he shot. He's the one that shot.
Over their heads.
Doesn't matter over the heads or at man. He shot, and there's a dead body.
Why doesn't that matter, sir?
What's that?
Why doesn't it matter where he shot? Just that the fact that he shot.
There's no way he could have shot over their heads and strike the victim the way he was struck, man.
Exactly. That's why we're here. Shooting that way over the heads to my right, as illustrated in the courtroom on Friday, and shooting at a victim that you believe didn't move and went down right there. There is no way he did it by your words, correct?
Ma'am, Friday you were asking me some very hypothetical questions that I don't even remember what you were asking right now, ma'am.
Oh, he's
The shot,
combative.
Mr. Kelly, since the beginning was very untruthful. Very untruthful. That
What?
shot came from him.
In your humble opinion.
It's evident.
I'm trying to find the evidence. So we were going through, we had witnesses that had inconsistent statements that didn't
Rattling him.
pan out even against each other or to the scene itself.
And she
There was
knows
really
it.
not a confession here. So let's talk about another piece of evidence. A footprint. You remember that one?
I remember the picture, but I wasn't there.
Okay. So the footprint was a close-up footprint.
Quit playing with the mic. I know you're
And
nervous, but damn.
It did not help us in guiding us which way that footprint went towards. In other words, you could tell a heel from a toe on a footprint, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if that was, and I don't know if an expert has testified to this yet, but I don't think it's going to happen. But if that was Gabriel's footprint, the victim's footprint, tracking his footprints might have showed which way he was coming from and which way maybe he was going. Did anyone do that?
I don't know, ma'am.
Do you know that Border Patrol, who was assisting you in this case, may have a lot of experts that could have offered help in tracking?
And do you know that you're
Did
the
you
head
solicit
investigator, so
their
you're
help at
supposed
all?
to know everything
No,
about
ma'am,
this
I
case.
know when the
I
first
don't know
initial
if
call,
they
they
cut
went
it
out
with
there.
you. You have
That's
all the
different from
info.
asking them for anyone in their group of agents are able to assist with tracking because you found a footprint. So, and if it was the victims based on the boot design, wouldn't it have been helpful for us to hear today which
Yes.
direction was that foot aimed towards?
Because, ma'am, I wasn't there when that footprint
I
was
didn't
found.
ask that, sir.
but-
You're the head
Ah,
detective that could have had the power to explore this piece of evidence.
yes.
Yes, ma'am, but I was not there at that night.
But you admit the photo that we saw was one footprint close up that didn't give us any directionality, correct?
I don't know, ma'am. I don't know that footprint. I wasn't there. I didn't take it.
You saw it in court, sir.
I know I saw it, ma'am.
Okay. Did that photo give you any hints to the direction it was aimed towards?
The way it was taken, no.
Okay, thank you. That wasn't a trick question. So it was close up, correct?
It was a close-up, yes.
Okay. Had they zoomed out and gave us some environment around it to help us guide us with that, that would have been helpful, don't you think?
It could have helped.
Yes.
Ooh, she's
Now we can
good.
determine, wait, does that go against the way the bullet entered into his body? Or is there another footprint out there in that direction or coming from the direction to give us more information? That could have done that, correct?
I don't know, ma'am. I wasn't there. I didn't find any other footprints when I went out there the next day.
Well, we know there had to be footprints because There's all of the officers' footprints out there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Kelly was fairly close to the body, correct, to check on him. The dog footprints would have been there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What about the 3 people that put themselves at the scene and one of them right behind them, which we heard testimony here? What about their footprint? Where's their footprints?
I don't know, man.
Okay. But we didn't bother to get a tracker to tell us for sure, correct?
That's correct. We don't request a tracker.
But it might have been offered since they were involved, the Border Patrol, maybe they would have offered someone for free if you had just asked.
They're always willing to assist.
Yes. And then there's the dog. The dog is what the 2 dogs, the Labrador, they're hunting dogs, right?
I don't know if they're hunting dogs, but I know they're Labradors.
Okay, and they are tracking dogs a lot for the breed. Assuming that they're the ones that also happen to find the body, correct?
Yes.
From the story,
Yes.
okay? So when Mr. Kelly went back out that evening, the dogs kind of took away from him and alerted to the
What
location
happened to
of the
the
body.
jury for your
right?
reassurance
That's
that
my
they're
understanding,
believing
yes.
their crap?
So when Mr. Kelly went out the first time
My humble opinion.
to check on his horse and make sure the horse wasn't shot, which would have been in that same area, according to DRR or witnesses that are in the case, why did the dogs alert to the body then? Did you ever ponder that question?
I don't know why, man. I can't answer that question.
Is it possible it wasn't there then?
You're asking me to guess, man.
Is it possible that this backpack was dragged if it wasn't pulled to look into? Maybe it was a body being dragged. Have you thought of that?
There was no evidence, ma'am, of a body being dragged. The backpack being involved in the dragging or a struggle, man.
God, poor
Okay,
Mr. Kelly.
So why does the medical examiner note abrasions on the body?
When he fell down, man.
Sir, that might be a bruise. An abrasion is more of a scraping.
True.
If he's running, man. If he's running, he fell face forward with his momentum, his body weight. That can cause injury too, man.
You didn't check the alternative, did you?
What alternative?
Point.
Well, the fact that his hand is holding on to grass, maybe because he's being dragged.
There's no evidence of that, man. There's no evidence of a struggle.
I'm trying to show you evidence that there could have been evidence of a struggle. Are you saying that's impossible, that this deceased grabbed on the grass in that type of motion?
When he's falling down, ma'am, the grass is pretty high. So he's grabbing his chest at the same time, probably grabbing hair too. Grass, I apologize.
Well, maybe the reason the right hand was under the body and the left was out, correct? Sound right?
Yes.
Possibly.
Maybe he was trying to hold on to his fanny pack.
Yep.
I don't know that cool answer, man.
Okay.
Oh, I've already gone down this. I agree with
His
her.
hand is cupped.
Plausible. Very plausible.
Beliefs watch, you've seen the pictures.
What about the fact that the abrasion matches up to one of the sleeves? The abrasion was located where one of the sleeves was apparently damaged or frayed also. Did you notice that?
No, ma'am, I didn't notice.
And this would be the abrasion on the arm. What about the evidence that in the, let's take a look at this.
Nice shoes, madam. No objection, Your Honor. I don't know what they're submitting. I'm being silly. I'm sorry, I'm a little down on energy today. Oh, it's just hard when you eat lunch and sit back down. I really struggle with this guy. I would struggle as a witness. He's a little shady. He's the way he's
Do
shifty,
you
not shady,
remember
shifty.
when
Shifty's a good word.
all parties went to the evidence room before trial and looked at the evidence? Were you present?
Yes, ma'am. I was there.
Do you remember that we also took photos and you observed us taking photos, correct? And did those photos look like the type of photos that we were taking? Specifically the ones on top were the pants?
Yes, ma'am. Recognize the pen and the toy Mr. Martello was using.
Yes. And is it common practice sometimes to put something down as a comparison for size and length?
Not for us, man. We don't touch anything with another object. Do not cross it down.
Well, if you use a pen and you were upset about it, I will give you that. But if you use a pen to lift up, there's no DNA. It's a way of collecting evidence. Correct?
A pen will dictate approximate size because we know the size of a pen.
These were by Mr. Martello, correct?
Yes.
I'm dying
You
to
were
see
right there
these.
observing,
Yes.
and you took your own photos of some of the same items that we were focused on, correct? Okay. So these photos do accurately depict the photos from the evidence room not too long ago. That's been marked as defense TT.
That were taken by your.
Right, but you could identify these photos. I'd like to enter it into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
TT is admitted.
Woohoo!
Permission to publish.
Granted.
Now, there was a broken zipper pocket to the pants on this first photo. And so it's kind of potentially gaped open. The quarter was not there just for the juror's sake of information. It was to help determine size, okay?
Yes, sir.
But the pocket was from the deceased pants pocket that was wide open, but possibly with a broken zipper. And there's a lot of debris in this pocket, correct?
Yes, sir.
We got some of the grass, particles, dirt. So if a body was dragged in the pants pocket, I'm gonna turn to the next photo down. And there's a pen being reflected to some of this debris found in the pants pocket. Sorry.
Always liked her. She's a good
And
gal.
again, the pen is not part of the evidence. It was used for measurement. And these are the pants that was on the deceased, correct?
Yes, also the decedent's pants.
And we saw this hat in another evidence that I entered. Again, the way it was flipped on the body and the dirt that lies on it was something I pointed out before. You remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And this reflects the broken buckle on the fanny pack, correct?
That's correct.
Again, if you jerked it off of someone or used it to grab onto them to pull, whichever, we won't know. It could have broken the buckle, correct?
I can't answer that, ma'am. I don't know what happened to the buckle.
I know. And I guess this is the buckle. I'm turning the pages. And now there's the fanny pack with the pen inside to show the size of the inside of the fanny pack. Correct?
That's correct.
And again, I know this person was probably out there for a while, but the fact that there was also a lot of debris in the stitches of his shoelaces, perhaps a little bit of ruffledness at the tips of the toes. That's what these two photos have. Can you see these two?
Yes, I can see it.
That's a good camouflage for that backpack.
A little bit more
The other thing is he was so consistent in his photos. So what he had on was very consistent.
So you say there's no evidence of dragging, but wouldn't it be more fair to say there was no evidence pursued for dragging this body?
I don't know what happened with those pants, man. That debris can be from anywhere. It doesn't prove that he was dragged.
Yeah, but along with the backpack being up over his head, the broken buckle and the fanny pack on the side,
It should have been investigated,
the
yes.
abrasions that match the tears in the clothing, and, you know, the debris that you just mentioned, I mean, together, maybe that should have been explored. What do you think?
Like I said, man, there was no signs of a struggle or robbery, being dragged or anything like that.
In your humble opinion.
Then there's with the medical examiner, we don't have the time of death because we have reasoning that you guys don't have your own medical examiner. But it is, you do understand the duty of law enforcement in the state to gather the evidence. It's your duty to present it to a jury if it goes that far, correct?
That's correct.
It's not the defense's duty. You
Correct.
understand that, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So time of death is a guess based on the time that one of your officers noted his death, but it may not reflect. It could be a couple hours off. It could be 6 hours off. It could be 10 minutes off. You don't know, do you?
I'm not an expert, man. I don't know.
No, but we didn't get an investigator. And if your county chooses not to have a contract and you can't pay the bill, then that's the state's responsibility, isn't it?
You would have to ask them, man. Like I said, we don't have a contract with the coroner other than doing our autopsies.
But what if the time of death was 30 minutes before Alan Hall noting the body? Wouldn't that possibly have exonerated him, at least with those casing shells that were by the house?
Like I said, man, like,
Argument.
Ooh, good.
like I
Thank
said,
you, Your
man,
Honor.
I don't know. I'm not an expert on that.
And he looks to the jury. Every time he
So
does
time
that,
of
he
death
looks to
could
the
have
jury.
helped the case one way or the other. Would you agree with that?
I'm not gonna get slammed on that.
And the fact that the body was taken to a morgue right away instead of the medical examiner and placed in a fridge so that the body temperature couldn't be analyzed keeps also from this determination to be accurate, correct?
I'm not aware if the body was taken from straight to the funeral or to the OB. I don't have that information.
And we also have angle issues because we all know from the skeleton that I brought in with the rod that was placed and placed by the medical examiner into the body, it showed, and I'm holding my pen up, showing a form of an angle where the bullet goes in lower and comes up upward, right?
I remember your demonstration.
And the problem is there's so many possibilities to say what it could be from, why it's in that angle. What we know is it's not necessarily a straight shot in and straight shot out like we would expect someone to shoot, correct?
That's great.
Now, I'm going to put a rifle in my hand, although Mr. Kelly's left-handed, but pretending that he's like me, and I'm holding my pretend rifle. And I'm a marksman. I mean, I've been a hunter. I know I'm military. I've been a veteran. Okay, I know how to shoot.
Oh, she's
Okay?
military? No,
gonna
no
shoot.
wonder I like her.
You said 9 shots, right? 9 casings.
I shall return.
Okay. So, am I gonna try to target something? Most likely, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Because we all been to the shooting range, right? You've been to the shooting range.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're trying to get that little hole in the silhouette, or however you guys do your shooting, but to show your marksmanship, correct?
That's correct.
So I'm gonna shoot 9 times. Bang, 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 9 times. We got 1 bullet hole in a subject. Where is the other 8 damages? Why isn't there 1 bullet in DRR who's right behind him? Why isn't there one in his own horse, which I doubt he would want to do? But why isn't there some trees that show the damage? Or the pergola? All these things that I'm listing in my question are samples of things that could have been struck, but no evidence of, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. This is all argumentative, Your Honor.
There was no damages found anywhere around the area.
So how does a marksman that knows how to hunt and shoot not show other 8 bullet pieces of evidence?
I have no answer for that.
Is it possible that the 1 bullet and the 1 hole that happened possibly before he stepped out of the house matches better?
Ma'am, Mr. Kelly's first phone call was, I'm being shot, I'm shooting back.
Well, it was 1 shot, and that's enough to say I'm being shot at. When you don't know, it's close, but you don't know where that bullet's going because he's in the house and it's right outside his house.
Just a question.
So how does that square up to what you just said?
What do you mean?
Okay.
I
Being
think-
shot, I get the question.
Go ahead.
You said that his statement was he's being shot at. But isn't 1 bullet, 1 shot from a rifle or handgun enough to say I'm being shot at?
1 shot?
Is that enough to say I'm being shot at?
Well, going back to his statements, he said at first he was being shot at, then he changed that he believed he was being shot at or close proximity to him. He changes his story.
Well, he doesn't know which person did it because it could be out by the body or it could be with these 5 guys, but it was close enough for him to feel threatened. He saw rifles, according to his version, and Mrs. Kelly's version, correct?
Then they changed their stories again, man.
I think it's being fair to say, I don't know where they were shooting at, but I heard it. That's being honest, isn't it?
But when you're changing the story, man, from 2 to 5 to 10 to 15, not knowing if they had rifle was too far, if they had rifles, I don't know if the shot came from, I thought I heard a shot. His stories were inconsistent, man.
Do you know after he made his first call that, to Jeremy in the beginning, that after shooting in the air, that he believes he saw movement of possibly more people out there than 200, 250 yards out? Do you remember him telling you that?
But he didn't tell Agent Marcel that about the shoot. He just told him that he's being shot at and he's shooting back.
When you walk out the door and what you think is what you saw through the window and see them in this direction and you shoot your over the head. And then as you turn around thinking they're gone and you see movement out there of possibly more people and believing that this is a war between them, where do you think he got that from?
Agent Marcel?
He's hearing, you all are hearing parts of the story based on what time you took to question him. And if one person would have just sat there and did this walk,
Please focus, camera person. You're driving me crazy.
But
Is that possible?
there's no evidence, man, of 5 people being out there running with packs or rifles. None whatsoever.
If you did the walkthrough and allowed him to show from the beginning to end and retell the whole story in order, maybe some of his bits and pieces would have made more sense, don't you think?
No, man, because he was untruthful from the beginning and his stories kept changing and changing.
And you're going to
changing
stick to
throughout
that
the interview.
over your butt.
Some of them was just misrepresentation of facts from people.
Objection or
Correct.
argument it is.
Sustained, that was.
The phones, you did phones work. Now, I know we got text messages. We'll talk about that in a second. What
Y'all,
about anything else where you
from
were
the
able to
first
determine
phone
who
call,
was at the scene and different
his
things like
statements were
that?
changed.
Did that show you any evidence that would lead you to believe in your investigation that he was guilty of this?
Oh, it did not partake in any of those search warrants or if you're referring to the geofencing, ma'am.
Yes.
I didn't, Detective Barba testified to that. He helped me with that. He assisted me with that.
But you oversee that and the results. Did it help at all in
That
your
girl's got some
investigation
nice boots, y'all.
of making your case that George Allen Kelly did this?
There was nothing, no other cell phone, no other data, no other pings found in the geofencing.
So the answer would be there's no evidence there.
There's no evidence there.
Thank you, sir. And now let's go to the text messages. There were a lot of text messages first, and in order of time, earlier, in January, proceeding in order to the date of this incident, okay? January 30th. There were quite a bit of text messages between Allen and the Border Patrol liaison, warning him of incidences. It was going back and forth at different times, in different days, but there was quite a few text messages intercepted in your phone dump, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. We're getting into areas that the court has ruled on.
This came in.
No, the text messages directly with his son and another individual came in.
All right, well, that question just calls for a yes or no answer. So
Yes.
if you want to restate the question, it calls for a yes or no answer, and then we wait to see what the next question is.
Could have sworn that came in.
Marcel's messages came in. We didn't object to those. So I don't know what the issue
Well,
is.
let's just do a question and answer.
Okay.
This question.
I'm asking you, wasn't it true there were quite a bit of text messages between the agent, Border Patrol liaison, Jeremy, and Allen Kelly, of discussing what was going on around his property, and what was on his property? These messages were going back and forth in the beginning of the text messages that were entered into evidence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, what's being made a big deal about is his response on how he acts with two close people to him. One is a close, longtime friend. The other one was his son, correct?
I remember correct, yes.
Okay. Now, I know you brought this up, the way he acted when you first put him in your interrogation room on Friday. So he never said, "I am going to kill someone." That's not what was said, right?
That's what the
No.
text messages don't say. That.
No. But just as he was laughing off the initial sit down with you in the interrogation room, trying to joke it off, it could be that he is just also scared, and being a man's man doesn't like to admit that. Isn't it possible?
If he was a scared man, he wouldn't be out there patrolling, man.
Okay.
Not necessarily true. You
being
cannot do that.
scared and going out on the front line.
Dude,
of
I've
the
been scared and
military
I've run into a
is two different
fire.
things.
I've been on
Please.
the military, I'm a vet also, man, so I
Okay.
understand.
So human factors come in even when you are forced to defend.
Please.
Correct?
But why would you be patrolling by yourself out there where he lives?
Because he has a wife that he's protecting.
Yes.
He has livestock he's protecting. Are
Yes.
those two good enough reasons?
That's what we're there for, man. Border Patrol and us.
How
If you-
long does it always take to get help
20 to 30 minutes?
out there?
It depends, man.
Okay, so when he stepped out to see what these guys were doing on his property, he didn't have a right to defend his property?
There was no one else, man. There was no shot taken from him. There's only one shot, man.
And guys running by with at least a rifle or more, and backpacks running across their window.
The goat
view.
is coming
Now,
out, y'all.
Does he have a right to protect his property?
Counsel,
Dang right he has a right
court's
to
gonna
protect his
instruct the
property.
jury at the close of the case.
Yes.
On the legal standards for use of self-defense. It'll be up to the jury to apply that law to the facts that have been presented in evidence.
Yes, sir.
So this witness's legal opinion, this witness's opinion about whether something is legally or not legally justified, that's the court's province to instruct the jury on the law.
Yes, sir.
And decide the issue.
And if I may, to the court, to tell him I wasn't really trying to get him as a legal opinion, but as to his investigation and his comments, that he should have stayed inside and waited for police.
Let's give the court's instruction here. You could ask another question.
Okay.
You can try to rephrase the question or ask another
Okay.
question.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. But
You
man,
admit
this
that
guy
he was on his own
get the
property,
goat.
correct?
Yes, he is on his property.
And the only other person in his home was his wife, correct?
That's correct.
Camera, please focus. Thank
And
you.
whether it's brave or not, Mr. Kelly stepped out to see what was going on his property, correct?
That's what he stated, yes.
Yes. And that doesn't mean that he fears and have concerns for his safety and his wife's safety and his livestock safety, correct?
He's got concerns.
Guys, I've stepped
I
out
mean,
in the
his horse
fires.
was
I've
out
gone
there, right?
into very bad situations. A little
Do you really think
fearful,
he would have shot towards his
respectfully
horse?
so, but for the safety and the
It
respect
was
of
right
others,
next to
I
him.
did it anyway.
Saved the life
It
of
doesn't make me a
DRR,
lying
didn't it?
criminal.
Mr. Kelly went out there to check on the horse, to check if he himself had shot the horse, man.
No, sir.
That has not been brought into evidence.
That's-
I don't-
That's questions.
Objection,
Do you
Your
really
Honor.
believe that a old horse that is more like a pet than anything else on that ranch,
Objection, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Kelly would have shot at it
Well, you're going out there and shooting 9 rounds, man.
with none of those rounds hitting anything, correct?
Well, he's running. Horse is running. And there's testimony to that, man.
This guy is doing everything he can to weasel himself out.
Can I have a minute?
Oh my gosh, Lord have mercy. This is definitely to me, I've tried very hard not to be negative towards anybody, but this guy's driving me crazy. I mean, you have no right to sit there and assume that all right, let's put it this way. I'm out at Papa's Ranch before the house burned down. I'm out at Papa's Ranch, okay? And I hear a gunshot that is, there's no hunters. Nobody's supposed to be on that ranch
testified
with
Friday
me.
There's a pine tree on his property. Where is this pine
And if
tree?
I heard a gunshot, I grab a gun and go outside myself and look.
Not on his property.
How far away, sir?
I would protect the property.
I don't know.
And my
I'm
kid.
only guessing, but I don't know how far the Keno
Okay,
Springs
who's
is
on
from his
it?
house.
Well, you know how big his property is, correct?
I believe, yes.
And to get to different communities and say that that testimony is accurate, to place them at Mr. Kelly's property would be a far stretch, wouldn't it?
Can you repeat the question, ma'am?
The fact that someone else at some other location has a pine tree, when you're saying everything happens right here at this location, how does that support that statement of DRR?
Like I said, ma'am, this is an individual that's in a foreign country with a 6th grade education, doesn't know where he's at. 15 minutes later, after he sees Border Patrol, he's running, that's when he starts receiving the gunshots.
What, are you for the illegals coming in? I mean, nobody needs to be shot and killed, don't get me wrong, but are you saying that Mr. Kelly did not have a right to defend his property? We have a,
Well, you're giving
different laws here in
DRR
Texas.
a defense of being uneducated, but he's been in this area, obviously, and should know where he's at, but yet he placed himself on the wrong side of town, correct?
Objection or argumentative.
Sustained, but you can rephrase the question.
Did DRR say he was on the other side of town? Versus west versus east?
He
yes.
just said he was in the area of Keno Springs.
Please.
What about the fact that we all got to see the wall And he said he was about 2 football fields away. This property is way more than 2 football fields away from the border, correct?
Correct.
And yet he ran to the border, right?
Yes,
He got away, apparently, according to his story, correct?
that's correct.
And whether he went around the wall where it ended or went over, however he got back to the other side of Mexico, he knows how far away he was, sir, don't you agree? Because he traveled it.
When you're being shot at and you're running, you don't measure distance.
Oh,
He's running for his life.
you firmly believe that Mr. Kelly shot this guy. You have.
And he also said he was 10 meters
Day
away
one.
from the house.
Do an
Are
objective
you familiar with meters?
investigation.
Somewhat.
If I was to stand and get you to tell me about
I think I hear the
my
kitten.
exact, I'm gonna walk. I want you to stop me when I'm about 10 meters from you, okay?
Tell me feet, man, but meters, I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna guess here. Just give me your estimate of 10 meters. Just tell me to stop anytime.
Stop, yes, I don't know. 10 meters?
Okay. Even an unintelligent, uneducated person at 10 meters could have seen the house. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
And he said he was 10 meters from the house. Correct?
I believe that's what he said.
Doesn't make sense, does it? He also said that there was a border patrol road that goes directly to the border right there by the house, and that's not true, huh?
There are some roads.
Well, we traveled probably the most concise road to get to the wall from Mr. Kelly's location, and you had to leave his property, go back out to the street, and go down a ways, and take a different road to get there. Isn't that true?
We took the safest road out there with the jurors. That's the safest road we could take. But there is more roads out there.
Is any of those on Alan's property?
Not directly on the property.
Is any of them near where the body was found?
No, ma'am.
Just checking my notes, Judge. I'm about done.
I'm trying, y'all. I am so struggling with this witness, and I'm trying
Oh,
not to
absolutely.
be so negative, but
We did direct examination.
dang, y'all. It's
Good
hard.
morning, Detective. Good morning, Detective.
Morning, sir.
We'll start off with just the overall question. When officers respond, what is the response for when they respond the first time to the scene, to the Kelly location?
What is the response?
What's the purpose of the response? Do you know?
Preservation of life.
What's going on?
Active shooter.
Active shooter.
That's correct.
In your investigation, you sat here in trial, heard all the evidence.
Yes, sir.
How many shooters are there in this case?
One.
Mm.
And who's that shooter?
Mr. Kelly himself.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to foundation. He wasn't there.
It's his opinion, right?
Yes,
You're asking his opinion.
correct, Your Honor.
Overruled. There are a lot of questions by both sides, with this witness and others, about what their opinion is, and based upon hypothetical facts and established facts, so.
So he's offering, but for not for fact. You can say it, but it doesn't mean
This is in no particular order, just based upon my notes. I'm going to show you what I believe has been entered as Defense Exhibit JJJ.
No,
Let me just take a
no.
copy over there. You have JJJ. Do you have
They
JJJ?
have all their.
I'll move on as council looks for JJJ. Detective, you're the lead detective in this case,
Yes, I am, sir.
and as lead detective, you did the search warrants.
Yes, I did.
What's the standard of proof for the search warrants?
Probable cause.
You also assisted in the arrest of the defendant.
Yes, I did.
What's the standard of proof for the arrest of the defendant?
Probable cause.
We're here in trial under a different standard of proof, right?
That's correct.
And who makes the decision, the final decision, if you know, on the charges being brought against the defendant?
County Attorney's Office.
But all decisions are based off of the information which you provide.
That's what I'm also looking for.
And if you already believe this guy is guilty,
Photos,
there are
TT,
comments that are coming from both Border Patrol and the Sheriff's Office deputies that
3, I think.
are inaccurate.
And 2
You're gonna
Ts.
you're gonna get a warrant that's really not.
Let's talk about the,
Me.
like I said, this is no particular order. 'Cause I'm
Compare
gonna
the
cover
warrant.
some stuff. Talk about the measurements of the casings found on scene. You remember the cross-examination questions pertaining to whether or not you measured between shell casing to shell casing,
That's correct.
or shell casing to a fixed object?
That's correct.
And you also
Sorry.
you are also cross-examined on forensic expert from the DPS labs, Brutinel.
That's correct. I was here.
And Brutinel is the one, to remind you, did the ejection patterns
That's correct.
using that same gun.
That's correct.
And you heard detective or forensic scientist Brutinel talk about
But he wasn't there
if
that
you were to
day,
shoot
that
10
night.
rounds 50 times.
Y'all should have measured
would you have the
that
same exact
moment.
ejection pattern laid out on the ground?
That's correct.
You would have the exact same ejection pattern on the ground?
Yes.
If you have a bouncy surface?
Oh, no, it depends on the surface. My correction. It depends on the surface. You won't have the exact same. Depends where it lands, depends on the surface. But that's what you're asking.
Yeah, so what I basically want to ask is, Brutinel had his ejection pattern that the jury heard testimony about, right?
That's correct.
You were here.
That's correct.
We have the ejection pattern found at the scene,
That's correct.
right? Is there any testimony that they're exactly the same?
No, man. No, sir.
Is there testimony that they're consistent?
No, sir.
They're not consistent?
Well, the shots from this, yes.
You're confusing young witness, dude.
Looking for a TT.
Work on your cross-examination witness.
I'm gonna go back to. I'm gonna show the fanny pack real quick.
From day one, I've had questions about that backpack and fanny pack.
Remember the cross-examination questions regarding the fanny pack and the backpack?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall the examination questions pertaining to, I'm gonna show Defense Exhibit TT, which has been admitted. I'm looking at image 1, 2, 3, image on page 3. That's the fanny pack, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's the one where defense counsel asked you about the buckle?
That's correct.
We see the buckle on that page, right?
That's correct.
Besides being possibly pulled and ripped, in your opinion, could a buckle have been broken when the victim fell to the ground after being shot?
Yes.
And also, too, there were some questions about looking at the photo, and the jury's got the actual fanny pack and evidence if they want to look at the actual item. But on that photo, do you see any blood on that?
No.
And once again, in the backpack and the fanny pack, what was found? What items were found in those?
items of clothing and food.
Also water?
It was water inside, yes, it was about water inside.
And since we're still on this, I want to ask you, who was the first one to find the body? The first person to find this body?
Mr. Kelly,
Mr. Kelly. And we've heard testimony that Mr. Kelly has 2 labs, right?
that's correct.
So Mr. Kelly and his 2 labs find this body.
That's correct.
In your opinion, could Mr. Kelly and the 2 labs have contaminated this scene?
That's correct.
Why is it so echoey? I guess because they have the 2 mics up there. I apologize, guys.
There was some discussion on cross about the time of death. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall we want to do two different things here. Time of death versus pronouncement of death. You understand the difference between the two?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when the pronouncement of death occurred in this case?
I can refer, but it's an approximate 6 something, sir. I need to see the report.
Would 6:24 be approximate?
It was somewhere around there, 6:24. Yeah,
And that's the pronouncement of death, which means the time of death happened before that.
that's correct.
And you heard, talking about this, you heard testimony in this case. Was there rigor already setting in on the victim's body?
Yes,
You heard cross-examination question about the victim's position when found.
yes, I remember.
Again, can you show the jury by physically standing up and showing us how the victim, when rolled over, how he was found?
It was right hand.
Where's his left hand?
What's that?
Show us both hands. Don't like you're under arrest. I just want to show where is his right hand and where is his left hand?
Can't remember exactly the picture, but I believe it's left hand.
Oh, come on. Don't freeze. Don't do it. That's on them, not me. Let me refresh. Let me find out where we are in this first. 209. Refresh it. Sorry, y'all. I have little mini M&Ms that are peanut butter filled. Oh, come on. I see somebody else is struggling with me. Okay, I'm going to keep this watching. We'll talk a little bit. Okay. I don't know about you guys. I'm not liking this witness. If this is the attitude that he had the moment he showed up on scene, I would struggle with him. Sorry about that, guys. Here we go.
Weapon.
None whatsoever.
If there was a statement that defendant shot his weapon, would you have looked for casings if he had admitted that?
Yes,
But anyway, as I was saying, I believe this guy had him pegged as the murderer from the second he stepped on scene and would not entertain another thought that something else or someone else, the situation could be any different than
As
what
far
he
as
had
the
already had
pine
in his
trees
mind.
go,
He was hyper-focused on
do
one
you recall when
moment.
Daniel
That's my
said
full opinion. I would love to
when
hear
he
yours.
saw the pine
Comment
trees?
below.
Yes.
When?
He said he was in the Keno Springs area right before they encountered or they saw Border Patrol. That's to avoid detection.
Then after that, they see Border Patrol and the event ensues from that, right?
Waiting, objection.
Sustain.
I'll show you that, we're gonna go into the transcript real quick. I'll show you government exhibit 15.
See his whole body language and his demeanor now. He's with the prosecution in the redirect or the cross
You
exam.
recognize government exhibit
Totally
15?
more relaxed.
Yes.
Is that the interview?
No, it's used for demonstrative purposes. It's the interview transcript. I'm gonna have you turn to page 29 for me.
I still want another cup of coffee, y'all.
You're there? We're gonna look
I
at
need coffee.
line 12. You see line 12?
Yes.
Your question was, this is about shooting his weapon, okay?
Yes.
And if I read something out of context, I want you to correct me, all right?
Okay.
Question, that's not on line 11, I'm getting the question beforehand. That's not what you just told me. You shot at them. Answer, not at them, over their heads. Did I read that right?
Yes.
I want to walk us through, what does not at them, but over their heads mean to you?
No difference. That doesn't mean anything.
Oh, come on.
We'll show you.
I mean, over the head like this,
Turn to page
or over the
31
head
for
like
me.
this. There's many over the head.
This is
What would
30 minutes into the interview, right?
Yes, sir.
31, line 11. You asked a question, a follow-up question. On line 11, 150 yards away from you, question. Answer, 100 to 150. I didn't measure the distance. Did I read that right?
Yes.
So he's putting the victim, do you know how far the victim is found in this case?
Approximately 116 yards.
Do you know how many times in this interview, because the jury's got it, do you know how many times you recall that the defendant finally admits to shooting at the victim or, quote, over their heads?
7 times.
you know what? I can shoot overhead, but doesn't mean I'm shooting like this. Yo,
Let's talk about Daniel's, before I
I
go,
want to go
talk
do a
about
demonstrative for you, but I can't.
Defense Exhibit JJJ. These are call detail reports. I think they've been admitted, JJJ.
Yes.
I'm trying. I'm so trying, y'all. And I'm not being successful at my attitude.
Just for
What's
ease of
this
record,
guy?
I think we're just going to refer to it by the Bates number on the bottom. So I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit JJJ, base number 56 on the bottom. Permission to publish?
JJJ has not been in. Those are the call sheets, correct?
They have not or have?
Have not.
They were
One of the
used-
other things I find very interesting,
They
you
were
guys,
used in demonstrative, permission to use in demonstrative purposes. I thought
is they
that's
did
trade
not seize
went
the weapon
laboriously
until
over
the next day.
each of the call logs.
If you place him under arrest and you take his
We
wife
can use it for demonstrative.
and
I thought they were
detain her,
admitted.
and both of them
They're
go to
admitted. I
the
published the whole
sheriff
thing.
office for questioning, why would you have not immediately seized the weapon?
Any objections to publishing? You think it's admitted?
There's ain't murder in your eyes at this point, and you are looking at Mr. Kelly. Why did you wait 24 hours to seize a weapon? Why did you wait 7 months to cut that part of the tree off? Border Patrol called and advised of a possible active shooter. That's true.
Look at the
Border
bottom of that
Patrol advised
screen,
that RP was unsure if reporting person.
call report.
RP means reporting person.
3:05 in the afternoon. You see that, Detective?
Yes, sir.
And it says called and advised. What's the 865? Remember what 865 is?
865 is the call sign we use for Nogales Border Patrol.
I was advised that there
Called and advised and contacted the spouse of Alan.
advised
And that's going to be who?
trying to chase him south. No,
Who's the
wait,
spouse of Alan?
this is not recorded.
Just one together. And advised there were 5 on property. Caller advised Alan is trying to chase them south of the property.
Okay, their mic
Did I read
is,
that?
oh, didn't mean to do that. Their mic is pissing me off.
Let me ask you, in your investigation,
Okay, I'm going to stop there for a second. What most people don't realize with this whole scenario is there's no recordings of any of those comments. Mr. Kelly reached out to the person of contact called the ranch liaison, said that there were multiple people, possibly up to 5, on his property. Miss Kelly had seen guns, so he said with guns. He did fire shots overhead like this, pop, 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 to scare them off. But that was after hearing a gunshot. None of the conversations with Mr. Kelly and the ranch liaison are recorded. The ranch liaison was not even on duty that day. He was off. He was running errands and doing whatever. So then he contacts 911, and those are his comments, not Mr. Kelly's comments. Once again, let's remember what I call the telephone game. That's exactly what happened here. Because Mr. Kelly spoke to one person, somebody else spoke to somebody else, and somebody else spoke to somebody else. And that's how we got to where we are here today with some of the questionings and some of the comments that you're going to see. These comments are not Mr. Kelly's words. These are comments that are made by another person. It's hearsay. And he had the means to record the phone call, and he did not.
Investigation, did you find any evidence of rip crew activity?
None whatsoever.
Did you find any evidence of backpacks with drugs?
None.
They're not going to leave a
Did you find
backpack.
any evidence
They're not
of
going to
guns?
leave a weapon.
None.
And they're not going to
Find any
stand
evidence
there
of
and wait for
robbery
you
or
to show
struggle
up and
or
say, I
dragging?
did it.
None.
They're going to run. They're going to run. Sorry, y'all. So are they on Brett lunch break? Did they? Let's keep that. Oh, they're good.
I see at least 1 or 2. We'll go on to the headsets.
Okay, they're doing the headphone thingy. Can't handle it. Once again, this is one of the biggest problems I have with this case. Is there's a lot of hearsay. There was no actual recordings of Mr. Kelly until 911 called and talked to him directly. So by that time, there were multiple phone calls made between the agencies, at least one between the Border Patrol and the 911 dispatch. Then there were more information that was sent via the Border Patrol liaison and the my mic's been getting so weak. And the Border Patrol and the Sheriff's Office, who had him, the witnesses on the stand, the lead investigating agent had Mr. Kelly tagged as a liar from the get-go. He was out for Mr. Kelly. I do not believe that they searched that proper evidence, securing of evidence. One of the other things that bothers me about this case is multiple, but one is a female officer followed Miss Kelly into the house without asking permission to enter the home, nor did they have a search warrant. That is a no-no. No one's life was at risk at this point. No one's safety was at risk at this point. No one needed any kind of medical attention or 911 or no one who had a gun to their head inside the home where they had to bust in. So to me, this whole thing is a bunch of bull. They overstepped their boundaries on that. Poor Miss Kelly was detained, never read her rights, and yet was questioned. Miss Kelly didn't know the law. She didn't know what she could or couldn't do. I just feel that this couple was being bullied by a lot of the SOs. And there are bullets on the ground, and you put little place cards showing the numbers so you can take pictures of how many bullets are and where they were, but you never measured anything on the bullets. You never measured how far they were. And the investigator who was on the other day stated that when asked where or how did you come up with the placement of the, sorry, I didn't mean to do that, of the cones where you alleged the shooter was standing, and he said, "Oh, I just guesstimated." Y'all, we need to name Mr. Goat. I need some y'all need to make comments. I need to name this thing. There's somebody else who has one that calls it Sir Goat a lot or something like that. There's Sir Vincent Goat or something, but we can't name it that. But the big thing for me is on that is that, you know, you guesstimated. You didn't have Mr. Kelly stand there and say, "This is where I shot." You found the casings the next, hours and hours later, which were in plain view. Or you don't know if somebody kicked those casings around because they're y'all walking all over that patio. So they saw the casings and they said, "Okay, this is an AR. It shoots out to the right. I'm going to guesstimate he was standing here, but he could have been standing there." Another thing that they did was they took a picture of a parole a sheriff officer standing supposedly where the victim's body was and standing supposedly where Mr. Kelly was to get the line of sight. Well, here's the problem. The guy standing there was at least 6 feet tall. The victim was 5'6". He's wearing khaki pants and a jet black jacket. The victim was wearing khaki pants, camouflage backpack. He blended into the environment very well. So that was difficult. And so later on, they showed the defense had a prosecution had a picture, and the defense's picture, when you look at them individually, you don't notice it, but the defense actually did notice it, and I agree. I noticed that there is a smoker on the end of the patio, which is about 6 feet long. It's huge. It's awesome. Wish I had it. And I noticed that the line where the land is was higher in one photo considerably than another, which leads to believe either somebody was much taller or they had gotten on a chair or they had done this to take the image, and it totally changed your point and your perspective of the view. The other thing with this is that they're saying that because no drugs were found, no guns were found, nothing was found, a coyote is not going to leave a fanny pack with money. A mule is not going to leave a backpack or a fanny pack that has drugs in it. They couldn't get it off the dead body. They're going to unzip them, which they were unzipped on this body. They're going to reach in and grab it and run, and the gun and run. They're not going to leave anything behind. And, you know, just because you didn't find it doesn't mean it didn't happen, because, hey, these people who are either smuggling humans or illegal substances across the Texas border, they have somebody they answer to. And those people, they don't answer correctly, and they don't have the merchandise. They can lose limbs. They can lose their life. It is not a pretty thing. So they know it's a matter of life and death that they maintain or get those drugs. The other thing is maybe the victim is, let's say, letter A, his friend is letter B. They each get so much drugs to carry across, and because they do that, they get their coyote fees waived. So let's say victim A is dead now, and the witness B, who testified early in the trial, end of day 1, day 2, and you're sitting there going, okay, wait a minute. This guy's got all this extra stuff on him, so I'm going to turn around and I'm going to get his stuff so
So
I
a
can
lot of
get
really
double
good
money.
questions. Instead of,
Really?
a
Wow.
lot of really good questions. I'm gonna address
And
the
they're back,
questions
y'all.
with the lawyers. We've got some more to go. Probably gonna take a few minutes to get us right up to the lunch hour, so we're not gonna get your questions answered before the lunch hour. So what I'm gonna do right now is excuse you for the lunch hour. I'll stay here with the lawyers. We'll work through your questions and whether or not we should answer or not. And then when you come back after lunch, we'll ask the questions of the witness, all right? So we'll get you out a little early for lunch because we're not gonna be able to get to these questions before noon anyway. Excuse the jury and I'll stay here with counsel. Be back at 1:30. Thank you. Yes, in the jury room. Thank you.
Please rise, give the forward.
The News for Tucson investigators, they are committed to get you answers, expose the truth, and to fight for you. No matter where you live in Southern Arizona, always digging for the truth. The News for
Okay,
Tucson
this is their
investigators.
commercial, y'all.
You deserve to feel
As soon as
safe
this is
with the
done, I want to
confidence that you're
rewind that
protected
for a moment.
online.
Apparently, this is lunch
Introducing
break.
McAfee Plus,
I will put
all-in-one
this on
protection
a
that goes
pause
beyond your
and we'll come
devices.
back.
It protects you, your identity, and privacy. With credit and dark web monitoring, removing your personal info from sites that sell it, and more. All backed by $1 million in identity theft coverage. With McAfee Plus, you can enjoy life online confidently, because safety has a feeling all its own.
You found a new hobby, so your personal info.
Wow, these are commercials. There's like 10 of them. I really, let me turn this off. Put me back on screen. I really wanted to hear the end of that thing, but they're not letting me do it. They're not letting me do it. Phooey. I've got all these commercials going on. So, anyway, there's just so much that should have been done that wasn't done. There's so much hypothetical. I'm going to have to put my hair up because it's getting all tangled up in my earbuds. Ear monitors. It's the only way I can hear anything. So there's so much things that were not done, like measuring this crime scene. And then they had an expert come out, and he was a forensic expert. And, I was hoping that they would put up a laser. They'd measure Mr. Kelly from where his shoulder is, which would have been where the gun is, and then measure where the victim is. Here we go. And they did not do that. Why are you doing that? You should not be getting that. Oh, let me do this. You should not be getting that pencil. What the heck? Okay, so I guess we have a new feed. I guess we have a new feed. Let me listen to him. So look at his body language when he comes back this time. He's not going, "Oh my God, that was hell." He's upright. He's confident. So this is definitely. I think they're waiting for the jury to leave for lunch. Court reporter, poor thing, shaking her
Jury's
hand.
absent, and we'll continue with the questions. Does counsel want to do this at a bench conference? Or open court? Any preference?
No preference, Your
I'll defer to you, Judge.
That's good. Let's do reservation questions. It's usually done up here at a sidebar at a bench conference, out of the hearing of the public and the jury. So
I
that's the
know.
way we'll do it here.
Yeah. Okay, so we're still in this feed. Okay. I am going to remove that for the moment until we get to where we have something more. So the one thing that does concern me for the defense is there's inconsistencies across the board between the defense, the Border Patrol, the Sheriff's Office, and his neighbor. And I was thinking about that, and I'm like, something's not right here, because they're saying that there's not a high number of illegals entering and crossing his property. They're saying that it's not really as bad as Mr. Kelly is making it out to be. And I was having this discussion with somebody, and we were like really discussing this case. They said, well, it's really not that bad anymore, even in Texas, since the Mexican border situation's been tightening up, and they've made it easier for people to come in legally. I beg to differ. Remember, the numbers are basically of what they know, meaning who's been caught. There's a lot of people who've not been caught crossing the border. And Mr. Kelly and Mrs. Kelly said that Mr. Kelly, this is what, back to my defense thing, Mr. Kelly said in his interview that he'd been shot 3 times by illegals. 1 bullet went past his head and his ear. So Mr. Kelly's been shot at 3 times. Shot at least once, possibly the 3 times. So for me, that is an inherent natural fear. I don't understand why then that his neighbor, even though his neighbor doesn't live there, but he has his ranchers there, and he's in and out, he's a snowbird, says they barely ever see any illegals. And then the Border Patrol agent got up there, and they were asking questions about the weapons and drugs, and would they leave them or would they take them, and that kind of stuff. And there's just so much inconsistency. But I see it, once again, this is the beginning of the defense's case, but I'm seeing it so much more on the prosecution side. You can't tell me at a Border Patrol agent that you would not know the information as to whether or not a coyote or a mule would be carrying a gun and drugs. Or if a coyote is moving 15 people, would they all be in camouflage, or they be in street clothes, or what? How would they be dressed? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm like, yes, you do know. And why are there no footprints? Well, a lot of them wear carpet shoes. But they say there was no evidence of carpet shoes on scene. No, there wasn't on the victim, but it doesn't mean the coyote himself wasn't wearing them, which is more predominant. Let's go back in.
We rise, your court.
Now they're going into recess. So I don't know what the deal is. So what we're going to do is I'm going to finish my little comment. I want to know where are all the bottles of water that the witness Daniel, who was supposedly friends with the victim Gabriel, stated that both of them had 6 liters of water on them at one time, and they were carrying it as they crossed the border. They got past the wall onto Mr. Kelly's property. At some point, coyote said, down, Border Patrol. They did not see Border Patrol. They heard a vehicle. After the vehicle had passed, clearly, they scattered. Daniel and Gabriel went in the same direction. They knew each other for 20 years. So it's kind of like traveling buddies. And the interesting thing was, is Daniel said that he did not know that Gabriel was going to cross that day. And he said Gabriel didn't know that he was going to cross that day. And I'm like, that's bullcrap. You've been working together day in and day out for 20 years. You knew if you were crossing for work and not being a coyote or a scout, you knew there's no way you wouldn't tell your best buddy that you're going to cross. I did not find that credible. So after they scattered, he said they ran for like 15 minutes, and that took up 2 football lengths. All right. It takes an average of 2 to 4 minutes to run. No, let me phrase that. It takes less than 2 minutes to run a football field length. So 2 to 4 minutes, depending on your health. On really good health, you can run it in 2 minutes. Someone like me, man, it's going to take 4 to 5 minutes. But 15 minutes would have been at worst case scenario. 15 minutes would have been worst case scenario of 3 football fields. So he said they then stopped to catch their breath. They were getting tired and that they were carrying 6 liters of water each. Where are the water bottles? I want to know, because the Border Patrol came out and they walked the property. They did a security sweep on the property. And then he said, Daniel said that he and Gabriel dropped their water and ran a little further and then stopped and crouched down and heard a bullet shot after they crouched down. The horse supposedly was jumping like it was hit. And then Daniel says that he prayed to God, thanking God that the horse saved his life. His friend went, "Oh, shot!" and put his hand and fell backwards and died. That's inconsistent with all the evidence that's found on scene. I don't understand that scenario. And if he did fall on his back, then Daniel rolled him over to get what was in the backpack and the fanny pack and the gun and left. He said he ran back into Mexico. He has tried, if this is true, he stated he tried over 9 to 10 times to come into the U.S. And every single time he got caught. Well, I have a problem with that because 2 of those times he said he didn't have to pay to come back because he was caught so quickly. One of those 2 times he was carrying marijuana and was caught in the U.S., convicted, served a sentence time in the U.S., deported, and has tried to come back again and again. Now, if you've paid approximately, let's say, $8,000 over the years to come to the U.S., and you finally make it across and you're at this guy's ranch, you're a mile and a half in, I think you'd be running east, west, and north, but you wouldn't run back south. He stated he ran back south, crossed back over the wall again, came back into Mexico. And that just doesn't fit my gut. That doesn't fit. I'm sorry. If the glove fit, you must have quit. Then the lead detective and another detective, after contact was made with these people, I'm not going to go into that story. It's too detailed, but ultimately they made contact with Daniel and I think a guy named Hector. And the guy that Hector, or whatever his name was, is no longer a witness or part of this investigation because they can't find him. But Daniel met the SO detectives in Mexico at a hotel. You cannot cross the U.S. border into Mexico as an agent of the U.S. Sheriff's Office and perform an investigation for murder interview without contacting the consulate and or the police authorities in Mexico. So they come in, they meet at a restaurant, cantina. They're sitting there, they're talking. No recording is made of this event at all. And then what happens? It's too noisy, too public. So then they scoot down into the lobby of the hotel where the cantinas are. And the other interesting fact is both the victims' daughters, who are both there, who are both pregnant, and an uncle, a guy that they called an uncle. You don't interview people in front of other people. This is not a powwow, y'all. But none of this was recorded. The only thing that was recorded was the last 6 minutes of their conversation. Hi, baby girl. The last 6 minutes of their conversation. I'm like, y'all, you're putting Mr. Kelly's life on the line in this manner? If I was the defense, I would have asked that any and all information gathered from that meeting be struck. I would fight. She may have. She's a smart cookie. Ill-gotten gains guy. All that information, and without that information, they have no case. So that's kind of where we stand. On Friday or Friday. The judge, I think it was Thursday, the judge had a tissy with the attorneys. He was very upset that this trial has gone for so long. It was supposed to be done in 3 weeks. And today, the defense just gets their case. The actual trial has been going on for 3 weeks, and it's all on the... Stop it. Sorry, my dog's down there. She's hurting me. It is all on the prosecution side. So for me, I'm like, the defense has to have fair and equal time. And the judge made the comment that this would be done by Thursday, come hell or high water, basically. And some of the jurors are having a struggle with this situation because they've been off from work for 3 weeks. The judge's attitude's a little different today. He understands that there's been some issues with some of the judges, 2 of them particularly. But he's doing his best to get this done quickly. But he is allotting time on Thursday. He gave the defense 5 minutes to do a cross-examination of this witness that we are seeing right now. That should have happened Friday. And when the younger attorney objected, the judge said 4 minutes. He did give each side 7 minutes ultimately, but it's been a case. I ultimately like the way this judge is. I like the way he explains things. I've liked his rulings. I felt they've been fair until Thursday. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the slide up that says we'll be right back. You're hanging on and watching me. I greatly appreciate it. I'm going to take this moment to get a fresh cup of coffee, put my lunch away, and I'll be right back when court resumes. In the meantime, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Attorney Gloria Allred, Morocco, and Goldberg. And also on behalf of my co-counsel, John Carpenter and Zuckerman, I would like to read a statement by Halyna's mother, and then we have a video of her mother, whose name is Olga Solovey, and she will be speaking in Ukrainian and Russian, but we have English subtitles for Olga's statement. After that, I would like to read a very brief statement by the sister of Halyna, Svetlana. It's really difficult for me to speak about this. Halyna was the best daughter on this earth. I remember how she graduated with the most excellent marks from 2 universities here in Ukraine. Even so, she left for the USA to study and pursue her dreams. She had a beautiful family, her son Andros. She loved him madly and endlessly. All of her friends absolutely adored her. After this tragedy, my life has been split into 2, before and after. Time does not heal. It simply prolongs my pain and suffering. I have hope that the guilty, those that are responsible for the death of my daughter, will be punished fairly and sentenced justly. Justice must prevail. And I would like to say also that Olga and Svetlana made these videos despite the fact that where they live in Ukraine, in Kyiv, they are being bombed every single day. This is the video of Olga.
Hitchins, мене звуть Ольга. Сьогодні я хотіла б вам розказати про свою доньку, яка була дуже талановита, гарна, дуже гарно вчилась, дуже добре до нас ставилась. Я пам'ятаю той день, коли її не стало. Мені дуже тяжко без неї. Я не можу. Ой. Так. В університеті, потім вона родила гарного хлопчика, мого внука, з яким я зараз не маю можливості бачити. Вона була дуже гарною матір'ю, але більше всього вона працювати любила. Перевернула все моє життя. Дуже тяжко дивитися, як дитина росте без матері. Я хотіла б ще сказати, що вона вчилася в школі дуже гарно, невідмінно. Вже закінчила всі вузи, в яких вона навчалася. Я від усіх чула тільки гарні слова. І сьогодні мені не проходить ця біль втрати. Пила до них кожен рік. Я бачила, як Андрос підростає, як він на неї дуже схожий. Галя дуже нас всіх любила. Вона завжди говорила: мамо, я хочу, щоб ви жили краще. Весь час вона мене прилишала до себе. Вона хотіла, щоб я була поруч. Але оскільки ще Світлана була не зовсім дорослою, я не могла поїхати. Я їй обіцяла, що коли Свята буде замужем, коли в неї буде чоловік, я приїду обов'язково. Але я не встигла. У Галі дуже було багато друзів, які завжди приходили до нас, з якими вона старалась підтримувати контакти. Вона всім дзвонила. Ми з нею созванювались кожну неділю. У нас був день, це субота або неділя, ми завжди спілкувались годинами. Кращого друга, ніж Галя, в мене не було. Могла поділитися зі мною усім. У неї дуже гарна сім'я була. Але цей день перевернув все життя. Мені дуже важко без неї. Я весь час чекаю, коли я з нею зустрінусь. Але я дала собі слово, що я обов'язково побачу, що виросте, коли він буде навчатися, коли він жениться, коли в нього буде своя сім'я. Я повинна триматися. Я не можу. Коли Галя загинула, було 3 години ночі у нас. Я не могла заснути, я до 3 ночі не спала, мені було дуже тривожно. А 3 часа я побачила, що дзвонить мед. Я дуже перелякалась, значить, щось случилось, бо вночі він ніколи мені не дзвонив. І він не міг довго сказати, що сталося. Він тільки сказав: мама, у нас біда. І хвилин 5 він не міг сказати. Я кажу: да говори вже, що сталося? Каже: Галі немає. Після того я не пам'ятаю нічого. Я була одна вдома. Я кричала. Я йому ще говорю: може ще не ясно, може ще все буде добре. Але він мені сказав: вже її немає. Дуже важко втрачати дітей. Це словами не передати. І час не допомагає. Пройшло 2,5 роки. А мені стає ще гірше. Якщо перший рік я ще думала, ждала, що вона приїде. А цей рік я себе настраювала, пробувала змиритися з тим, що сталося. Але, напевно, я слабка. Хоча Галя казала, що ти мама сильна. Ну, в мене не виходить. Хочу сказати, що мені легше не стане від того, що когось засудять на скільки років, це не має значення. Але я хочу, щоб була справедливість, що хтось винуватий, хай понесе покарання за свій злочин. Мені дуже хотілося, щоб до мене хтось підійшов, мені поспівчував, вибачився, подивився просто в очі, мені хотілося подивитися цим людям. Може, мені було б легше. Але ніхто не підійшов. Я була на похоронах, я їздила в минулому році, в жовтні місяці, але я, крім Галіних друзів, нікого не бачила. І боляче. Люди, які винуваті, вони навіть не підійшли до матері. Я не можу зрозуміти. Ці люди, які причепні до смерті Галі, ніхто до мене не підходив, ніхто не вибачався, ніхто не співчував. Вона дуже багато працювала. В неї весь час був розписаний. Але більше всього в житті вона любила свого сина. Я не знаю, в них настільки були відносини, розумієте? Вона просто не могла надихатися їм. Вона дзвонила йому кожен день, вона розказувала йому казки, вона все йому розповідала про роботу, говорила на добраніч, і він відпочивав. Це було кожен день. Не було такого дня, щоб вона не дзвонила йому, коли була відряджена. Завжди посміхалась, була весела, щаслива така. І дуже тішилась тим, що в неї все виходить, що в неї все складається так, як вона хотіла. Я думаю, що вона була щаслива. В сімейних відносинах в них все було добре. Вона ще дуже хотіла дівчинку. Перший місяць я була там цілий місяць. Коли ми приїхали, я попросила, вони могли кремірувати її не в Мехіко, але я попросила, я хотіла попрощатися. Привезли в Лос-Анджелес. Ми попрощалися, а прах ми забирали через 2 неділі. І тоді похоронили її на кладбище Голлівуд навсегда називається. В центрі міста. Дуже в красивому місці, там, де проходять фільми всі нові, різні. Там велика сцена, там збирається дуже багато людей, і там показують нові фільми, які виходять. Вона рядом з сценою похована. Канал красивий, там лебеді плавають. Дуже місце гарне. Я їй обіцяла.
back. I apologize. I have no sound. There we go. I had to go get a package. You know how that goes. So we are still waiting. Okay, I'm trying to decide on what case to handle after this because I've got some time. I've got some time between now and July. We have the Rust trial going to be in July. There's other trials going on right now that I'm just not interested in personally, but I can get there. U.S. ally detects China's spy ships near the coast of. I'm just looking at the headlines right now, guys. Voyager spacecraft, new discovery in space. Congratulations. Oh, the American God of War tank is now many decades old and the Army cannot replace it. What are in the headlines? Oh, McDonald's rolled out a new twist for the classic hamburger. Okay, let's see what else is going on. I'm going to put that down. Bring that over here. Let's just see what else is going on YouTube right now. I do know that we have the Doomsday Cult murder. I don't want to do that one for sure. Many are saying that the judge in this case violated Mr. Kelly's the defendant's rights on Thursday. We'll see how that goes about. Chad Daybell triple cult murder death penalty trial. I'm really struggling with that trial. I don't want to do that trial. Trying to find something. I started the Karen Reed trial, but that trial I think may be almost over. So this trial has definitely gone on a lot longer than I thought would have. And everybody else, including the judge. The judge was so not happy. So not happy. Let's see if I can find that in my feed. I will go to my feed and see if I can find the part of the trial I'm talking about because that was day. Oh, I want to say that was at the end of day. Let me look at 12. Or the beginning of day 12. No, it was day 11. Day a web bin. That's when it was. And I'm going to. Here it is. Let me turn on the sound. Let me share screen.
See, we should be quick. I mean, this is from the state's perspective, quick from our perspective. And then we have the finishing up of dispatch witness on Friday and Detective Ainza.
Y'all, this is going to get real spicy.
What does the defense anticipate of its case in terms of how much time you're going to need?
Your Honor, we're hoping to get through it fairly quickly. We have Sheriff Hathaway, we have Border Patrol Agent Lyugan, Border Patrol Agent Gorman, and Detective Raul Rodriguez that we anticipate calling, and then possibly the defendant, possibly not.
Give me an estimate of how much?
2 days.
2 days?
Whoa, that's all?
I'm just asking.
Going, I'd say yes.
Well, all right.
That's not much, y'all.
I'm going to start imposing time limits in this case on direct and cross examinations. When we've been discussing this case, leading up to the case, and during the trial, counsel advised me that this case would take 3 weeks. I have to rely on what you tell me. I don't know who the witnesses are going to be, what they're going to testify to, or what the duration of time is going to be. I was told it was going to be 3 weeks. Today is 3 weeks, right? Today is 3 weeks. We started on March 21st. Today's 3 weeks, and the state's still in this case. I've also been monitoring and asking counsel for how we're doing, how we're progressing on this case, so that I could decide whether and determine whether I needed to exercise any authority over the pace of the case. I was informed by the state that there was a possibility that they would rest last Friday. Here we are on Thursday. State's not going to rest today, and if we continue, then the state will maybe rest at the close of business on Friday. I assume Detective Ainza is going to be a lengthy witness. So clearly, we are behind schedule. This case is going to go to the jury next week. It's going to go to the jury next Thursday. And I'm going to move this case so that that happens. And I'm going to start imposing time limits. This line of cross-examination
Still want to know
Detective
what the
Barba,
defense did to make him mad.
tell me what it is. Tell me why it's relevant and what you're trying to do.
Are you referring to Ramon, talking about, to Detective Barb about Ramon?
I am.
Ramon is somebody who came forward in this case. He made a false report to law enforcement.
Uh-oh.
Law enforcement collected information from Ramon that was verifiably false. Law enforcement failed to exercise any kind of standard of care over this investigation. It shows law enforcement's bias, and it shows their ineffectiveness.
And I think
in
today's
actually
witness
being able
proved
to
that bias.
investigate the case. It's crucial to the defense to be able to put on this information.
So the line of questioning is basically, well, first of all, Ramon's not a witness, right? He's not going to testify. Ramon came forward, he gave information. Is the defense point of view an argument that he gave false information, correct? All right. They looked at Ramon, they decided for whatever reason not to use Ramon, maybe in part because he wasn't an honest witness or he's not available. But so basically what you're trying to prove is that,
fool, that's why.
as I understand it, through this cross-examination, is you have a witness who gave false information, he's not being used, and you're just trying to determine that the state didn't adequately investigate his false information?
That's true. He's also a potential suspect. Judge, anybody who comes forward to put themselves at the scene of the crime should be looked at as a person of interest. We had a witness testify that
nobody else
because
was.
Mr. and Mrs.
When
Kelly
there's
were at
multiple
the
people
scene
there
of the
who were.
crime, they were persons of interest. Anybody who puts himself there is a person of interest, if not a potential suspect. And we have a right to question the investigation and to challenge them and to get to the bottom of why they didn't pursue other people who are making false reports and maybe potential suspects.
Very well, you can do that, but this examination is way beyond the scope of direct examination. This is evidence that is more properly presented in the defense case in chief. You can present that in the defense case in chief if you want. We're not going to go into it any further right now. It's beyond.
I won't pause you, but Your Honor, you're complaining that the time frame is running way too long. Would it be more time efficient to go ahead and permit this to happen now than it would be to, I don't know, call the witness back later? What happens next is what blew everybody's minds, and every lawyer on court, YouTube went ballistic on this. This judge went from being a very well-liked judge to someone who was respected to somebody who was like, what the living are you doing? I'll be honest. That is exactly what everybody said. Are you ready? Are you ready? I don't have a drum roll, but we're going to go there now.
Beyond the scope of the direct examination, and it's more evidence that's to be presented in the defense case in chief. If you want to present that in the defense case in chief, you can do that. And if you do that, because of the way we discussed this yesterday and the ruling of the court, is that then we're going to play the entire video of the interview. And I don't know, did you determine how long that's going to take?
It's only 20 minutes, Your Honor.
20 minutes, that's good. But that'll come out in your case in chief, and that'll come out of the defense time.
I just have to object, Judge. I think that's going to cause this to take longer. If we have to recall Detective Barba to go through that, it'll take longer. I'm allowed in cross-examination to exceed the scope of direct. I'm not in any way limited by what the state asks this witness on direct.
He's pissing that
And if
nut
I
off.
have to call this witness, in our case in chief, then I'm not able to lead the witness. So that's going to take
You'll be
even
able to lead
longer.
the witness. He's an adverse witness. I'll allow you to lead the witness.
Thanks, Your
The
Honor.
rules provide that if you call a witness and he's associated with an adverse party, the court can allow that. That's the ruling of the court. Let's call the witness to the stand. We're not going to question the witness anymore on this particular point. You have 5 more minutes with this witness on cross-examination.
Judge, I have to object. This witness is very crucial to the defense. I've never been limited to the lead detective. This is the witness who's supposed to be the lead detective. I've never been limited to just 5 minutes of cross-examination. And this witness testified to all sorts of involvement in this case. This is one of the defense's main witnesses that we have to get to. Judge, limiting me to 5 minutes of cross-examination with this witness violates Mr. Kelly's constitutional
You now have
rights.
4 minutes.
Oh,
Call the witness.
okay. Let's. Oh, y'all, that was so not good. Okay. So, what happens then? Several attorneys that I watched stated that they would have called for a mistrial immediately or called for the judge to recuse himself. And they would have put it on record, and every opportunity they got, they would have put it on record again. The judge probably wouldn't recuse himself, but this right here, that moment, if Mr. Kelly is found guilty, I got the hiccups, which I presume he's not going to be. Not that I'm for or against. I'm just saying based on all the evidence that I have seen. Well, I love my coffee, but I'm getting hiccups. Based on all the evidence I have seen, they have not proven beyond reasonable doubt. If I'm an alternate juror, there's not enough to convict. And especially after today's cross-examination, redirect, whatever, of the lead investigator, you could tell there was bias. Even he said, Mr. Kelly shot the man. I'm like, no, dude. You can say alleged. You can say the evidence you believe supports, but you from the get-go had this man pegged as the shooter. You have a Miguel or something like that that you guys talked to and he disappeared. Then you have Daniel, who is a witness who was last seen with the victim, whose story does not match up with the evidence in any way, shape, or form. And then you have this other person that you were talking about just a minute ago that his testimony was proven, or his information was proven to be false. One of the things that I mentioned before a long time ago, but I'll reiterate it for the new viewers, is that the gentleman who was the witness for the prosecution day 1-ish, end of day 2, he had an identity or ID card that had his correct first and middle name, but the wrong last name. And he said he got that in Mexico. That was a Mexican issued ID. Well, let's think about this. First of all, he admits under oath that, sorry, my sleeve got caught. He admits under oath that he is illegally in Mexico, that he's an Honduran. He's from Honduras, and he's been in Mexico for a very long time. He was concerned that by showing up to this court and his face and his name being used, that the Mexican authorities were going to discover that he's there illegally and that they were then going to deport him. But yet he was subpoenaed, they brought him in. That's the other thing. He's illegal. And this is my question. I think I have a customer coming. I'll be right back, y'all. I got to grab the package. Thank you guys for holding out. I'm the only one here right now, and I had to grab a package, and you know how life is. That's just the way life goes. So there's just so much inconsistencies going on, which really bothers me. Really, Sensei. Oh. Go. I need to get a longer cord for my ears. This is driving me nuts. Oh, it's too short. So the biggest thing for me is that they being the prosecution has been very much blinded. Looks like they got these blinders on for Mr. Kelly. Now, if Mr. Kelly did do something illegal wrong and say he shot up in the air and one of the bullets did actually come down and kill this guy, then of course, I get it. He should be held accountable. But the problem, I'm sorry, I'm getting my camera live again. But the problem is that Mr. Kelly didn't shoot this guy. The gunshot wound comes from the lower ribs between 6 and 7 and 8 and comes out up here at the sternum. And I find that the defense Friday brought a good possible explanation, and that is whoever shot him was down in the wash or gully and was shooting in an upward motion and shot the dude. That's how I see it. I don't disagree with that theory, y'all. I absolutely do not disagree with that as a plausible theory. What bothers me is the fact that nobody is willing to look at that possible theory on the prosecution side. I thought that we're supposed to look at all sides, not just at one person. You have two people that put themselves at the scene of the crime. And neither one of them are being looked at. In fact, one of them you use as a witness, but they blew holes in his testimony. I hope and pray that if, it's like I got coffee on me. Hold on, I'm going to sneeze. I hope and pray that if Mr. Kelly is innocent, that the sheriff's office will revisit this and look at the two people that they have already talked to that were illegals. I'm afraid that this is going to be dropped. I'm not saying that if you're coming across the border illegally, you have a right to lose your life, but it's a risk you take. When you know you're crossing private property, you know you're crossing things that you should not be crossing. You know. And it's a risk, and you know. So I'm going to put this on to timestamp this for lunch break. Okay, that timestamp me for lunch break. But I don't know, y'all. Sneeze again. Allergies are hitting hard today. We've had a front come in today, and the allergies are hitting me hard. So the courts, I got stuff on me. The courts are on a break. It's their lunch break, so we're just chatting. If you have any questions, please comment, like, subscribe, do everything, please. I am very new at this. I haven't even been doing it a month, I don't think yet. Sorry for the nasal thing. It just hit me. I have another channel called Jail Widow, and it's where I discuss my life as being a jail widow. I lost my husband to prison. And it talks about how we survived as a family. I did end up divorcing. But it does talk about how I do share a lot of my story. And it's fairly new, so there's not a whole lot there yet, but I am working on it. I'm going live once a week. I did miss the week of Easter and the week of the eclipse. It was crazy around here, y'all. Excuse my nose, guys. I'm so sorry. All of a sudden, allergies hit me hard. Whereas we're waiting, I'll tell you, this is my little goat. He screams. This is for the muckery. This is when it's getting deep in there and there's a lot of beep beeps going on. But I need a name for my goat. So if you have any suggestions, leave them in the comments. I think I'll have a goat naming contest. Anybody who names it gets a prize from me if I pick your name. So I talked about a little bit before we took a little break about the judge in this case. I thought he was being a great judge. By the way, I made myself a macchiato. I thought he was being a great judge. I still think he's a good judge, but I think he made a very bad decision under a lot of pressure. The jurors, I think what started this was that a juror had a situation with their boss, and the judge had to contact that boss because court was supposed to have finished last Friday. The prosecution mainly, and the defendant said that, yeah, we will be done in 3 weeks. The prosecution took the entire 3 weeks. The defense's first day in trial is today. And they've started off with the lead investigator from the prosecution side, and they are making him squirm in his seat. Just so you know, I'm going back to college to further my education, and it'll be in criminal justice. I have in the past taken classes on body language, and this guy was showing all the classic signs. He kept looking at the jury. He'd make, well, I don't recall it. That wasn't I wasn't there. I mean, he literally was doing that. And then he looked back and he goes, well, there was no evidence to support anybody else, but Mr. Kelly was the shooter. And he'd do that. And he started fidgeting with the microphone. He started breathing heavy. He was very fidgety in the stand. And then when he got off the stand for the morning break and he went back to the table, he put both hands slunched over and went, oh. But for the lunch break, the prosecution had him just before the lunch break on redirect. And so anyway, he is on redirect and has totally different language, totally body language, totally different positioning, totally different everything. So to me, honestly, I totally and fully am very skeptical of this lead investigator. When you're the lead investigator, in the ins and outs of this case. You do not take anything and let anything slip you. And he started passing the buck. For example, the shell casings. First of all, they had many of people on that scene walking back and forth across patio and whatnot. So those shell casings to me really don't mean anything because they could have kicked them. They didn't find them until hours and hours later, but they had already been through that area multiple times. But the thing is that really bothers me is they put the little placards there that have the numbers and it has a little measurement on them so they can see how long and how big they were. And then they did not measure how far away and plot all of these 9 shell casings. And the person who testified, one of the SO's deputies testified last week that he's the one that put the cones where the body and where the shooter apparently were. Well, first of all, he had no idea where the shooter was. He didn't ask the shooter where he was. They're automatically assuming Mr. Kelly did it, but they didn't ask Mr. Kelly exactly where were you standing, Mr. Kelly, when you did this. The other thing they did was they had another deputy go stand where the body was, and I didn't get to finish this comment earlier. Went and stood where they said the body was. Well, on cross-examination, the defense attorney said, okay, were you standing exactly where that body was? He goes, no, the body was still there. Okay. So were you straddling the body? No. I was standing kind of to the side of the body. Okay. Were you standing left or right of the body? I don't remember. So you're up on there on oath swearing under the possibility of perjuring yourself that Mr. Kelly is standing on an X point, which you're guessing about because you don't know, you really didn't ask him. Or there's not been testimony that I've heard where he said, Mr. Kelly, can you show me exactly where you were standing? None of that has been testified to thus far. And then you have a straight path and you're standing to the side of the body, 115 yards away, wearing a black jacket and khaki pants. You stick out like a sore thumb. First of all, the victim was in khaki and camo. And in the type of environment this is, if you are 1 foot off this way or that way, the trees are hanging over, could impact your visibility, even by a foot. I mean, if anybody's ever been hunting and you see a deer coming out and then the deer moves a foot or two and then you can't see it anymore, you cannot sit here and tell me that that was an accurate depiction that you're trying to pass in front of this jury. I'm not saying I'm for the defense, but at this point, if I had to go to jury and go to deliberations, it would be, I'm sorry, I do not have enough evidence to convict this man. There have not shown beyond a reasonable doubt. My computer's decided to talk to me. You cannot sit there and tell me beyond reasonable doubt that this, oh, are they back in court? My thing kind of froze. You just can't do it. You can't. And it is so frustrating to me when people sit here and try to do that. That's what I wanted. Try to play that game. Poor Mr. Kelly. He is so, I mean, he's old, guys. This poor guy is like 75 years old now. This happened when he was 73. He was arrested. He was processed. I mean, oh, somebody lost their home in a fire yesterday. Y'all, we pray for that family. I will repost this so you guys can hopefully get the help that you need. I'll reach out to them. Oh, y'all, I'm actually tired today. I will confess it. It is a day that I'm just kind of drained. We've been having a lot of storms around us, but we don't have any that have hit us yet. I'm looking at storms right now, trying to just to pull up the weather for the rest of the day. It kind of started getting a little cloudy. Yeah, we had some storms overnight, but we didn't have any today. My daughter, where she was going to college, had a bunch of hail and stuff. Good, no weather at least until 10 p.m. tonight. So they are running a little long, y'all. I expected them to be back by now. What? Well, I guess I can't see that. What does it say? Let me read this. Arizona rancher. It's pulling it up. Arizona rancher defense consultant claims cartel influence in murder probe rips sheriff past comments. And he did. Oh, let me put this over here so I can see it. Mind you, we are running a little behind. They're ahead of us. A consultant for an Arizona rancher, George Allen Kelly defense team, told Fox News Digital that they believe the murder investigation was marred by cartel influence, as Santa Cruz County Sheriff David Hathaway is expected to take the stand this week to testify about the traveling across the border to Mexico to interview the prosecution's main witness. Hathaway, who the defense told judge last week planned to call as a witness, was notably featured in a YouTube video published about a month ago by real estate agent Sidney Wilburn, who goes by Big Spur online, in which the sheriff gives a tour of his home and the borderland neighboring where his family has resided since the 1800s. The sheriff references the Kelly's case on camera without using a rancher's name, of course, describes how there are people that will come to the border thinking they're going to find some action. Whoa, you've got an open case court and you're talking like that? Hello. Defense will rip him apart. Quote, like we had a ranch here that had been writing fan fiction on Amazon, and he was describing himself as hunting migrants with AK-47. He actually even used his name and his wife's name and the rancher's and his name and his ranch name, and he came from somewhere else. He's talking about Mr. Kelly. Hathaway said, then we caught him out there actually shooting at some people out there. We caught him out there actually shooting at some people out there. Okay. It's a quote. Shooting at some migrants, killing one of them, and one of them got away. So now he's being prosecuted for homicide in this county. Walking his property and speaking to the camera, the sheriff continued, that's an example of a guy with that mentality. They come out here and they want to stay. I'm out here for the Wild West, and they want to have a big, tough story to tell. I'm going to put it out there and hunt me some Mexicans, and that appeals to some people, but not a common thing. He is an extremist, referring to Kelly. Wilburn, who has 120,000 YouTube subscribers, chimes in from off camera. Yeah, would you not see people? Yeah, you would not see people like that, Hathaway added in the 52-minute interview by Fox News Digital. It's not like there's a bunch of groups wandering around with that attitude. Fox Digital News reached out to Hathaway for comment, but he did not immediately respond. Dr. Ron Martinelli, a forensic criminologist who is working pro bono for the Kelly defense as their lead consultant with forensic death investigation, told Fox Digital News, these are completely inappropriate, prejudicial, and extremely biased statements about the criminal defendant. The consultant said that the video was reinforcing Kelly. The consultant said the video was referencing Kelly because, although Hathaway did not mention Kelly by name, the sheriff had been literally driving through Mr. Kelly's neighborhood. But what is Mr. Kelly's motive? So we have a rancher on a very nice ranch with an impeccable background of cooperation with the law enforcement. He has never been in trouble a day in his life. And according to the Sheriff Hathaway and the state's theory of criminality, Mr. Kelly, okay, I'll be right back, y'all. It's package day. I appreciate it. I know it's difficult when I have to hop off, but for those of you who don't know, I do this 8 hours a day, and I do have to step back sometimes. Let me check the tabs. Let me check where was I? Okay, let me check Mr. Kelly's first. Where is it? There it is. Okay, we are still on lunch break. Okay, so let me finish reading this. Kelly's, okay, but Mr. Kelly, okay, but what is Mr. Kelly's motive? So we have a rancher with a very nice ranch with an impeccable background of cooperation with the law enforcement. He's never been in trouble in his life. And according to the Sheriff Hathaway and the state's theory of criminality, Mr. Kelly woke up one morning and just decided to go and kill the man, a Mexican. Martelli said, "That's absurd." Yeah, that is kind of absurd. Kelly's wife testified early in the trial when she saw a group of armed men dressed in camouflage carrying backpacks near the residence or the home itself on the 170 acres, not in it, cattle ranch near Keno Springs outside of Nogales, Arizona, before calling Border Patrol. Her husband went outside and, according to the defense, fired warning shots in the air. Now, mind you, my grandpa has done that. And I live in Texas near the border. I'm not as close to the border. I'm in central Texas, but they come up this far, and we do have them crossing ranches. Law enforcement responded, and hours passed before Kelly called for help again to report finding Gabriel Cuen Buitimea's body on his property January 30th, 2023. The call was about 6:23 in the evening. He is charged with first-degree premeditated murder and has $1 million bond. Last week in Santa Cruz County, Detective Mario Barba testified that he accompanied Hathaway to the Mexican border to Mexico to interview Daniel Ramirez, which is his fake name. Remember I said earlier, Daniel had a fake ID. He said the Mexican government gave it to him. No, because why? He's not a legal citizen of Mexico. He is a legal citizen of Honduras. He's been living illegally in Mexico and crossing the U.S. border 9 to 10 times and getting caught, so he says. Either that or the 9 to 10 times he's a coyote, which is what I think the defense is basically saying. And they're saying that the victim was either a coyote with him or a scout. Ramirez, the prosecution's key witness, who claims to have seen firsthand when Mr. Buitimea was shot on Kelly's ranch before fleeing back across the border. Weeks after the shooting, Hathaway arranged a meeting with Ramirez at the hotel in Nogales, Mexico. And through the sheriff's interview, and though the sheriff interviewed him for about 40 minutes, he only recorded about 6 minutes of the interview, Barbara said. The detective said Ramirez couldn't cross the United States border legally to be interviewed. But you brought him here for trial. I'm sorry, I'm getting it. You said he couldn't come here. He could have met you at the port of entry. You could have met him at the U.S. consulate. But we could bring him here for trial, but we couldn't bring him here to interview him. You could have spoke to the Mexican officials to arrange something, correct? Kelly's defense attorney, Brenda Larkin, asked. Correct, the detective responded. Why am I getting this weird... I'm trying to get the live feed again. They have all these weird things popping up, and I'm looking. Why are you sliding? Are we back on? Sorry, I'm trying to get the live feed because I do not wish to miss out on the live feed. It's kind of acting up, y'all. Let me make it big. Let me make it. It's having a mind of its own. Okay. And correct, the detective response. And you did not do that, did you? Larkin asked. Correct. No, I did not do it. Okay. I want to leave it here. Why are you bouncing? Okay, I'm going to have to do something different. There we go. Barbara replied no. Taking the stand early in their trial, Ramirez admitted that he previously carried drugs across the border before and had been deported several times. What was not brought up was he spent time in the American jail system because of it and was deported. The defense believes that people contacted by the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office to conduct their investigation into Kelly's case are related or connected to the Sinaloa, I hope I'm saying that right, cartel, Martinelli said. The Sinaloa cartel, or the Manos Malas, is an organization crime ring which is in league with Sinaloa. Sinaloa do not allow independent drug smugglers, so you have to be associated with the cartel. When they meet with them, they actually facilitated by another convicted, convicted and a twice convicted felon. One of his last conversation he did prison time was bringing guns across the border. Whoa, y'all. Arizona rancher George Allen Kelly injured to take field trip. I'm getting tired. Arizona rancher George Allen Kelly jury to take field trip to the borderland property at center of murder trial. The false narrative is out there that Buitimea and all these so-called witnesses are people seeking this American dream. Migrants seeking the American dream do not smuggle drugs across the border, smuggle weapons across the border, or humans, my comment. And again, is indicative of cartel influence, cartel membership. That is nothing to quote. That is nothing to do with the narrative that the prosecutor and the sheriff were putting out there that Mr. Buitimea was an innocent migrant seeking the American dream. That's part of the problem here, because one of the things about the victim, Gabriel, is he was wearing a radio. And on his cell phone, months prior, multiple pictures over multiple days, there were photos of him in the brush country on the border with the radio and binoculars. That's a scout. That is not somebody who is being trafficked. That's the trafficker. While Barbara in Mexico, Hathaway introduced himself as a supervising agent in the case. Martinelli told Fox Digital News, meaning he is the supervising investigator in the international investigation that he initiated in a foreign country. The defense believes this is a violation of the United States Department protocols. It is, as well as a Mexican law created by Mexican presidential Andres Manuel Lopez, and the country's legislator providing guidelines for U.S. authorities while conducting criminal investigations in Mexico. In other words, you can't do that. You cannot come across the border to investigate without setting up a memorandum of understanding or at least communicating with the Mexican authorities. No evidence has ever advised the Mexican government or requested permission to enter the country to conduct an international homicide investigation involving Mexican nationals. And part of the problem was they weren't really Mexican national. They were Honduran nationals illegally in Mexico. And with that includes the federal police. The Mexican federal police, Martinelli said, what we want to find out today is how that meeting came about. How did they cross to get into Mexico? Did they drive across in a marked car? No. Were they in uniforms with you? Were they in uniforms with, with their, evident, even plain clothes with their badges and firearms? How did that take place? Because this is a huge thing. Also, on camera in the same YouTube video, Hathaway said that the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled that Border Patrol can search, detain, and integrate anybody within the 100 miles of the U.S. border. That's our side of the border, not their side of the border. Just saying. He minimizes the victimization of the migrants coming across the border, the rape of migrants, the murders, and the robberies of migrants, Martinelli said. But at the same time, he's enjoyed a financial grant from DHS to patrol the borders with his deputies. He doesn't have any problem taking the money from the U.S. government for his deputies' patrol. Yeah, this is going to be a hot topic, and I would be interested to know if there is an actual why don't I have this? Why don't I have this? That's interesting. Why don't I have this? They're taking photos. What? There are people. It's another judge. Okay. There's something happening. A family adoption or something? That's happening in the courtroom. Why can't I get these cool feeds? Oh, this is a Zoom. So apparently there was like an adoption or something happening in the courtroom during lunch. So it has nothing to do with our trial. Okay, that's good. Translator for the baby was very impressive. I guess there was a wedding. In the courtroom. Wow. My hair is not handling it today. I love it when you wash your hair and it's fresh. It looks like crap. Well, whatever happened, that was cool. Okay, so I'm still trying to get today's. I guess it'll be starting soon because that little dance was over with. I don't know what was going on. I'm going to come here. We're going to share this one. Aw, he's got a cute ducky. I ought to send him some of the duckies I got, man. I went to a engineering conference where it was the high end engineers from all over the U.S., but it was a military based conference, and there were more brass in one place, and there's like 5,000 of them. It was awesome, but I got a bag full of duckies. I ought to send them all to Recovery Addict. I think he might enjoy some of those. So right now we are waiting for the trial to start back up again from lunch. It was an interesting read I just did about the sheriff of that county. He too believes that this defendant is guilty. No contingencies of anybody else. I'm going to be really interested to see what he has to say. I would pay to get in for that day. I would pay to get in for that day. But I want this to hurry up. Let's go. It is time. It is over your time limit. Come on, people. I want to go to sleep so bad, y'all. I'm on hold for the trial. It's the same. I've got the full, and they're up already. Yay! Oh, did I just lose it? Did I just lose it? That's what I'm looking for. Okay, they're back in. Oh, we're back on the. Okay, they're having some kind of sidebar. I'm sure they're discussing time. And these two ladies here underneath the TV are the Spanish interpreters. They're making good money on this trial, y'all. They've been here for 3 weeks. Y'all, that's a lot of good money. That's minimum. I think it's anywhere from $50 to $75. $50 to $75 a. I got to get some chocolate because my coffee's got a. I don't want the intense. Okay, the jury's coming in. Oh, I want another color. I know I have multiples. Caramel sea salt. That's what I want. I have a little snack bar over here, y'all. It's little, but it's mine. Okay, get the volume up, y'all. My coffee's going to kick in shortly, and I'm going to be zooming off of this thing. I'll be going. Sorry. My bad. That's a good balance. Okay, let's have some sparks fly. Let's have a good night. Good afternoon. But I'm surprised they have not thrown for mistrial. Oh, come on, really? I'm surprised they have not thrown for mistrial, and I'm also surprised they have not asked the judge to remove himself. Their connection's been a little iffy. I love it when you stop. You know how you buy these memberships and you stop. Mine was to a car wash. And I closed down my account with them. And they sent me, well, we'll try your payment again. We're sorry. I'm like, dude, I canceled your butt. I canceled you. Don't try it again.
We just have an item of evidence that we moved to admit that I think was admitted subject to counsel's review of the exhibit. So before we
Rest.
we'll need to resolve that.
Okay.
I think that's where they went to. And now we're in that cog again and that wheel again. Let me see if somebody else is having the same problems I'm having. You know, I don't know anybody else who's covering the trial other than he and I. Yeah, he's got the same problem I've got. Okay. Oh. I was telling somebody we got a kitten. Rescued a little kitten, and my son is 24. I don't want us to have another cat. Well, we only have a 15-year-old cat who's in amazingly good health, and then my dog, my service dog, who's right next to me right now. But we got a new addition in the family, and I brought her in the room, and he goes, "Oh!" So he's now, she has attached to him, and so this is now his baby. He's named it Clove. It is a cutie. I think I brought a picture on screen, but I'd like to bring the baby on screen at some point. Guys, everybody's having this problem with the cog in the wheel. We don't know what's going on. I've tried rebooting. Uh-oh. Here we go. Let's see if I can get it back up again. I'm just going to put me on main screen until we get it. But she is so cute. She's adorable. Nothing fancy. She's an everyday kitty, but she's so cute.
So did we just have an item of
And
evidence
I
that we
absolutely think she's going to be great for him and our family. And did I get it going again? Let's see. I'm waiting. Looks like I may have. I'll pop it back up. I don't know why I need to set that was my default.
I'm sorry. Thank you, everyone. Please have a seat.
Okay,
Record show
we're
the
up.
presence of all the jurors, the defendant, and counsel, the witnesses on the witness stand. We're going to, the jurors have some questions for the witness.
Yes, sir.
Ooh, this ought to be good. Jury's
With
got
all
questions.
these, it's if you know, if you don't know, let us know you don't know, and why not.
Yeah, he's going to be.
All right, question.
I don't know. I don't
Technal
know.
Has ATF, meaning alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, ran the serial numbers on the AK-47?
I don't have an answer to that.
Yes, they did.
All right, the follow-up question is yes, how are they registered? But since you don't know, I want to ask the follow-up question.
Yes, they did.
Okay. Were Mr. Kelly's shoes and the deceased victim's shoes the same size?
No.
Did you not measure to see
And
which?
again, if you have personal knowledge or foundational knowledge, let us know. If not, let us know as well. In your testimony, you stated that the alcohol, tobacco, firearms canine found only one shell casing, and there were 9 total in the same area within a few feet. Why do you believe that is?
True.
I have no answer.
Good point.
I do not know.
Good point.
Next question. In the autopsy photos, there appears to be blood on the outer tan pants, but there is no blood on the physical pants shown to the jury. Why is that, if you know? And I think the jurors referring to, I assume you're referring to physical pants being the actual physical exhibit that was
That's a
brought into
question.
court. So I'll just repeat the question. In the autopsy photos, there appears to be blood on the outer tan pants, but there is no blood on the physical outer tan pants shown to the jury.
Where's the blood? That's a very observant jury. I swear there's either a lawyer, a doctor, there's someone medical and someone legal on that
Specifically in
jury.
your testimony that the victim was shot with an AK-47, but you don't really know that since there is no bullet to test for ballistics. So how can you be certain it was an AK-47?
Point. Even the forensic said it could have been another bullet from another weapon. Similar velocity and size.
I don't have an exact answer to that either, so. But it's just the way.
It's your
all the evidence,
hypotheses.
the AK that was found, the cases.
There were two expert ballistic witnesses throughout the case, and both of them tested their theories by photos and tests performed outside the scene. Why did none of those experts visit the actual site to perform those tests?
That was
I
one of
have
my
no answer
points.
to that. I don't know why.
They did everything via photos. Nobody went to the actual site, measured,
Questions
or
from
did
another juror.
anything.
What is the range for the AK-47?
I do not know that.
It's already been asked.
If you know, if the Border Patrol road at the border wall, is the Border Patrol road at the border wall within the AK-47 range,
Yes.
in range from the Kelly home?
I do not know because I don't know.
Yes, an AK can shoot definitely a couple hundred
Forest
yards.
Service road to the
Easily.
east.
Some people say a mile.
Okay, is the Forest Service road to the east within the AK-47 range from the Kelly home?
Again, I don't know how far the road from the Kelly residence is.
Right, and then, Council, the other question we just reviewed.
I'm getting ready to give you an actual answer to that. Approximately 300 to 400 meters,
Did the single
depending on a lot of factors as far as debris and what's in the way, but a
Well, do
clear
you
shot could be
know,
300 to 400
I'm gonna
meters.
phrase it a little bit differently, but do you know whether or not the single footprint photographed was matched against the footprint of the defendant or the victim?
He does not know.
that.
All right, and then
Why
the,
not?
final thing was not a question, but it was something for the judge, and it said, "For judge, when jury selection started, we were told to not expect CSI level detective work."
Why
So
not?
whatever you were told in jury selection or opening statements, as I've said before, is not evidence. It's just, particularly in jury selection, the lawyers are just trying to prepare you for what the evidence may or may not be, but it's not evidence itself. So that's what that was all about. And of course, a defendant never has the burden of producing any evidence. The burden is always with the prosecution. to prove
And he has
case by
not
proof
helped with that in any manner, shape,
All
or form.
right, that.
You're the lead
that was,
investigator. You should know the answers
those are all
to
the
every
questions from the
part of this
jurors.
case.
I think I got them all.
I don't know,
And
should
that
not be
concludes.
coming across your
Now,
lips.
Counsel for the State Defense.
You're the one who
start
decides
stating
what
the
happens with
follow-up
this case
questions
when
to
it's
any
in your
questions
hands.
of the jurors.
You're the one that sits there and set up
Detective, let me
all
ask you
of
a
the
question. Are you a
forensic and
ballistics
everything.
expert?
It is your
No, I'm not.
responsibility.
How many
So
ballistics
why the
experts
shoe prints, both for the defendant and the victim, were
As
not
far as
matched to the picture or the shoe print you found?
AK-47 question,
Why was it not?
the injury
Why was
sustained-
it not matched
sustained-
against the
sustained by the
witness?
victim,
Just
was it
saying.
from a high-powered weapon?
That is correct.
In your opinion, is the AK-47 a high-powered weapon?
That is very high power.
But there are many ARs. There's
As far
many
as
high-powered
the
weapons.
question pertaining to the blood photo versus the physical pants, we're referring to the physical pants shown to the jury versus the photo on scene.
That's correct.
Got those two in mind?
Yes,
The photo was taken how close in time to the event?
Within hours.
I don't remember the exact time, but it was pretty close.
Same day?
The same day, we'll have the same day.
And it's been how long since the pants have been in evidence?
Over a year.
2 years. But here's the thing, the blood does
As far
not
as the
disappear.
ATF K9, I think the juror question pertains to, if you remember that picture with blue and then yellow, little blue circle with one casing and a yellow circle with 8 casings?
Yes.
Which one did the K9 find?
The one in blue.
And what happened after the K9 found that one shell casing?
The agent retrieved his dog and left the scene.
And this is, what time of day is this?
It was early morning hours.
That is
Morning
not
hours,
how
7
K9 works.
o'clock in the morning, but how early is this?
It was probably soon after I arrived for the search warrant, after
I'm
midnight.
sorry, y'all. This is really
Last
driving me
question is
crazy.
there any doubt who owns the AK-47 with the green strap, with the flashlight taped on the barrel?
There's no doubt.
Who owns that gun?
Mr. Kell himself.
That's all I had.
I mean, they still should run it. It's a matter of being thorough.
So the blood that is not for the eye to see, and that was on the backpack, is that correct, Judge, on the question?
Pants.
Pants, thank you. That's kind of the same thing. Would you agree to the fanny pack photo, which shows the blood on the straps and not as visible when we pulled it out? Did you notice that?
No, I didn't notice.
Okay. Did you look at the photo with the blood on the strap of the fanny pack?
Yes.
Okay. But when we showed it out here to everybody, it was harder to see it. Would you agree, or do you remember?
I didn't see it.
Correct.
So somehow things absorb possibly, right? For both pieces of evidence.
Sorry.
Okay, no, fine. And I heard the experts say that an AK-47 was only an intermediate weapon, not a high-powered weapon. So why are you still drawing that conclusion?
To me, it is a high-powered rifle.
Well, every rifle can be high-powered then, correct?
But this one is a high-powered rifle.
And you can have high-powered handguns too, can't you?
What's that?
And there is such a thing as a high-powered handgun too, isn't there?
Yes.
Okay, nothing further.
Thank you. Any follow-up question, any other follow-up questions or any other questions for this witness?
Please be done.
Seeing none, all right, very well, sir.
It's my baby girl.
State had
Oh, I
is there
gotta
an
be careful.
exhibit that the state wanted to offer before we go any farther?
Are you in love?
That's correct, Your Honor. Government Exhibit 117.
Y'all look at our
See
baby
photographs.
girl. Mary, I'm not going to be too long.
Lots of other photos.
Look at our baby
Last
girl.
Wednesday or Thursday
Are you
for
watching?
defense to review.
Are you watching? He's such a
Your Honor, we will say that we didn't review, but we have no objections subject to those agreed upon things were pulled out.
Very well, subject to confirmation that those agreed upon items, photographs were culled and taken out from the grouping 117 is admitted.
Your Honor, the state rests.
Very well.
I have to give equal kudos to my service dog since they come in.
This can call our first witness.
Can we go on the headset, Your Honor?
She's my girl. All right, here we go. Once again. No. So, the jury, this is one of the smartest juries. They understand medical terms. One of the juries used medical terms that was not being used in the trial. And I'm like, oh, we got medical. We got someone with medical knowledge. I was so excited. And then somebody was using more legal terms. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you got a lawyer. You got a lawyer or somebody legal involved. Don't do that again. So I am excited that we actually have some real smart people. Somebody, they're just going to be a bunch of old ranchers. Let me tell you what, a lot of these old ranchers had good careers. Some of them were FBI agents. You never know what they were. But my thing is I'm like, now this is good. This is good for the defense because why did you not match the shoes on anybody on team? Why were 8 other casings not found by the dog? And they were all right there. I mean, it's all on on a patio. That's something I didn't think about, and now my mind's blown. Why didn't the dog find the other casings? And they found them hours later. And there was a cactus type plant, a big cactus type plant. It had long, skinny leaves, like fingers that came off of it. They're about this long and blah, 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 blah. Anyway, some of those casings could hit the plant and bounced out. It's an asphalt or the hard ground surface on the patio. So I think concrete. They could have bounced and rolled. So it's really hard to determine now if it was grass or sand. Probably wouldn't. But kitty's playing. Oh, just gonna have her kind of run around this out and play. Oh, yeah.
The defense called Agent Marlon Layugan.
I love it. Sensei, she came in here. The kitty's in here.
Agent Marlon Layugan.
Sorry about that. When this is maybe a hostile person, this is another agent. When you have an agent that works for the state or for the county and they're testifying in the defense, I would consider that a hostile witness. How hostile, I don't know. Let's just see how he is. And it started spinning again. Hi, kitty kitty. Where did you go? The kitten is finding her. Oh, kitten is finding her legs. Hi, honey. Can everybody say hi to the little girl? Hi, little girl. Say she's been playing. You want to come get her? You can shut the door. Aww. What do you think? He named it Clove. You named it Clove. Don't tell me we're both like that. Yeah, we're both like that. It's stuck. It's stuck. Come on. Get your crap together. You are a news station. You should not have this much problems with your lives. So anyway, it's going to be interesting to see how this defense. And I think
The defense calls Agent Marlon Layugan.
I think that they're doing a good. I think that they're probably the best thing is just to attack the credibility of the evidence in the manner of calling the agency's own people. I like it. I like it a lot. That's smart to me. Let's see what happens. Let me tell you, this younger lady. Okay, it looks like it's going to be the lead attorney on this. The younger attorney. Yeah, that judge was not happy with her in the least on Thursday morning. Please like, comment, and subscribe, please. I'd appreciate it so very much. And post. Ugh. I don't want this. I do not want to lose this feed and have to wait. This is the afternoon session. Please stay with us. I'm going to refresh because sometimes that helps. Let's see how it goes. Thank you again for watching. For those who don't know me, I'm Ada K. I call myself the alternate juror in this situation.
The defense calls Agent Marlon Layugan.
This is going to be probably the same. I think we're still stuck. Yep, we're still stuck. One of the things is that previous witness that was on the stand, he is a lead investigator. He's heard everybody's testimony. He is the only one who has testified that has heard, who's heard the other testimony. Listen to this. This detective isn't even qualified to investigate the game of Clue. Oh, I love it. Oh my gosh. I think they didn't. I don't think they invoked the rule.
Do you solemnly swear that the
Here we go.
testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth?
No. Okay, we're back up. Man, they're getting nasty on the comments. Oh, so where do you think the jury is leaning based on the questions? I would say they're leaning in not guilty. They've got some people in there that are very, very smart cookies. And I would venture to say that they are leaning not guilty by the questions that are asked. Um, it's very important that people understand. Got to keep an eye on that. A lot of people have commented on the way this guy has looked and commented on his shiftiness and his body language. Yeah, you could tell a big difference if you were to put them side by side. You could tell the difference in his body language. I think between the when he's on the stand under the defense versus the prosecution. Just my comment, my thoughts, my thing. It's not my fault. It's the state fault. Crooked lead detective trying to keep us away from. I would love to see a body analysis person, body language analysis person. That is something I'm looking forward to when I get back into school this fall. Is I'm going to be getting a degree in criminal justice, and I'm so thoroughly looking forward to it. And that's one of the classes I want to take. I've already taken 2 classes in that. I want to take a third. Daniel was not a good witness in this case. In this case. So it's true. What lead detective cannot answer the questions about a weapon, blood, analysis? It just, there's just times that he sat there and said, and I'm thinking, you do know, you're a lead detective. That means you've got experience. That means you're the one, you've been there. You know exactly what's going on. And I wish this thing would play. Let me reboot one more time. I'm like, I don't get it. That looks shady to me, and I think I think that hurt the defense more than anything is when they had asked the questions. Oh, we're still stuck. When the when the jurors asked those questions, they didn't get any answers. I Googled it just to make sure because I thought I knew the answer, but an AK-47 could be 200 to 300 meters. Well, 200 to 300 meters is a pretty good way, but it is not a high powered. It is not that high powered. I mean, it's higher powered. It's let's click it over to yards. It's basically 328 yards. That's basically 3 football fields. I think if it's unobstructed, it definitely can go further. As somebody did testify that somebody has, there is on record, an AK has gone 800 yards and killed a person before. So, but in this territory and in this terrain, and from the pictures I've seen, it looks a lot like Texas on the border, which is where I'm from, close to the central Texas. There's no way that someone could shoot a weapon that far without hitting something, twigs, limbs, whatever. I don't think it would go that far, but I understand the question. I think the closest scenario to what possibly had happened that the defense has offered, or I think it was Friday they offered this scenario that the witness from earlier in the morning, earlier on the trial, the first day or the evening of the first day or the morning of the second, I have to go back and look, was with the victim. They got in a disagreement. And when the victim crawled out of the wash, the witness shot him because that angle is perfect for the wash. You're shooting up like this. The guy's standing up. I think that's perfect. And the fact that the victim had grass and stuff in his hands, like he's grabbing the backpack the fanny pack went across him probably carry the most precious materials there because you can drop a backpack and run, but that fanny pack, if you're carrying drugs or anything illegal or anything vitally important to you, is going to be in that. So, how is he back on the stand? Okay, they're just replaying. I'm struggling. Oh, this is so frustrating. I'm leaving this up so you guys can see it. I'm going to keep refreshing until we can get it playing again. The other thing that's so difficult for me is that Mr. Kelly, at the age of 73, glasses, I mean, he's in a hurry. It's not a controlled environment. If he was to try to aim and shoot, he would have to be a sniper to be able to his age, and he's left-handed shooter, so he's going to shoot this way. I'm a left-handed shooter, but I'm a right-handed writer. He's going to be shooting this way. He's going to have to track and shoot. For him to just pull it up, bam, like that, and at over 115 yards away, that bullet in her lower right rib cage exiting the upper front of the body's sternum, that does not compute at all in the least. And so I don't understand how that's even possible. I would, but the plausibility, no, the plausibility of somebody being in the wash and the victim being higher on the actual land outside of the wash and getting shot, I believe, is probably more accurate. I think out of all of the scenarios that have happened, that would be I think that would be the most plausible scenario for this. For those of you who don't know, Hannah, I mean, you've probably already heard Hannah Gutierrez Reed got 18 months in a penitentiary, not in a jail. She's going to a prison. She is not going to the state jail. The judge made it very clear as to her frustrations with her. One of the things that I was very much surprised about is that why would Hannah, as dumbfounded as I am, why would she have been on the phone calls that she knows is being recorded talking about how her mom could go in the bathroom because everybody uses the same bathroom in that courthouse and could have words with the prosecution or whomever? I mean, that's a threat. I mean, you don't pull that crap. Seriously, you don't. So anyway, that is where we are on that issue. Hannah's mother was not permitted in trial, just FYI, for the day of sentencing because she had an outburst. Trying to get that background music playing. There we go. She had an outburst when her daughter was found guilty and made some threats. And I think she was found in contempt. Somebody said she spent some time in jail. So, what lead detective can't answer the questions about bullets, guns? We've done that. I find that I agree with somebody else's comment on another page. They said after the last state witness, I don't think Mr. Kelly has to take the stand anymore. The damage has been done enough. Reasonable doubt has been given. And I agree. I'll be right back.
but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you, sir. If you'd step over here to the witness stand. Over here.
Unfortunately, I sometimes have to step away. And while I did, I got me something to snack on. I'm hungry. We are still in that. Well, he moved a little bit. Seriously, let me try and reboot again. Okay, so the guy, unfortunately, Mr. Kelly, when he contacted, or when the 911 contacted him, he was very much so evasive of the situation and what was going on. And he did not actually come out and say what had happened. I am surprised that was not brought up more in court. I am surprised that was not brought up more by the defense, but by the prosecution, although I kind of get where he's coming from. One of the things when I went through, I've gone down to the border and went through some training years ago with an organization. And one of the things that they did was they explained that if you're ever in a situation and there are people around you that are people you need to be rescued from, you don't use certain words. So I kind of understand where he's coming from. He says animal, non-mineral kind. It's been hit. You remember I called you earlier. He was being very evasive. And I understand why. Because when you find a body, you don't know who else is out there still. You don't know if someone's watching. You don't know if someone's hiding within 10 feet of you. Let's see if this will roll now. Be right back. Got the heck.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
May I go ahead, Judge?
Just make sure it's microphones. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Would you tell us your name and would you spell your last name for the record, please?
My name is Supervisory Border Patrol Agent Marlon Layugan. Last name is spelled Layugan.
And could you tell the jury how you are employed?
I'm a Supervisory Border Patrol Agent. At the time, I'm currently assigned to Tucson Station. I transferred there in January. Prior to that, I was at the Nogales Border Patrol Station.
Could you give us the brief rundown of your training and experience?
Yes, I've been a Border Patrol agent for 11 years. All Border Patrol agents go through the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. It's located in Artesia, New Mexico. We learn immigration law, we learn customs law, arrest techniques. There's a lot of physical training. Vehicle pursuits, that sort of thing.
And after you completed that training, did you get stationed in the Nogales sector?
So I was stationed in Tucson Station, which is part of the same sector. And then I promoted in Nogales in 2021.
I think I meant to say Nogales Station.
No, so I was only in Nogales for 2.5 years.
Okay. And what was your role on January 30th of 2023?
Yes, I was assigned as the swing shift communication center supervisor. So that's an inside position. We facilitate a lot of the phone calls. We put out information on different traffic that's being worked in the field.
And did you at some point receive some communication involving George Allen Kelly?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
So the shift starts at 2 o'clock, and about 2:40, one of the agents that was in the communications center with me was receiving calls from his friend who was our ranch liaison. And the report was that the ranch liaison stated there were approximately 5 people who were trying to cross through his property and that he was getting shot at and was going to return fire.
And so I just want to break down that communication chain for a second. You are in the office, correct?
Yes, ma'am. The communications center has like all of our.
I'm here, y'all.
camera
I'm just
feeds
having a
and,
snack.
There's generally between 4 and 8 agents in there, 1 supervisor, and then 1 like a radio dispatcher. At the time, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
We don't like the wheel. Oh, come on. Those of us who are streaming this are really getting irritated with the wheel.
Go ahead, finish up.
So the ranch liaison was talking directly between.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I don't think they're getting any bad weather over there. I am not the only one who is struggling with this. This is really starting to drive me back crazy. Bat crazy. Come on. You refresh the page again. Oh. This is when I don't like the, I can't do anything. This is their technology.
There were approximately 5 people who were trying to cross through his property and that he was getting shot at and was going to return fire.
And so I just want to break down that communication chain for a second. You are in the office, correct?
Yes, ma'am. The communications center has like all of our camera feeds, and there's generally between 4 and 8 agents in there, 1 supervisor, and then 1 like a radio dispatcher. At the time, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, finish up.
So the ranch liaison was talking directly between
Y'all are awesome for sticking with me through this. I can't do anything about their technology. You're going to be hearing a lot about the ranch liaison. When the Kellys moved to the ranch over 20 years ago, they were told that there was a ranch liaison. And if you had any issues that were immigrant related, call Border Patrol, no matter what it was. Anything else, you call 911, Sheriff's Department. So some of the people are saying, well, because he didn't call 911, he's the one that did it. No, he did what he's always done. Anytime there's been a problem with the illegals on his property, he is called. I hate too fast. The Border Patrol ranch liaison. Now, also, Mr. Kelly himself has been shot at and actually was hit once. I think in the ear or kind of in the head. He did this, so I'm assuming ear, side of the head. Ow. And so he himself, so he had a good, healthy fear, and he understands that they're going to shoot if they want or need to. They're going to. Looks like my friend got a little break too. Oh, well, is he stopping? I guess he stopped. Well, I'm going to keep going, but with this is that I just can't do anything about the wheel. Yay, we're back.
George Kelly and then relaying information to
You're the relay dude. You're the relay dude.
Josh Tersey, who was one of my agents. And Josh Tersey was trying to give me the information.
I hate to do this.
And Josh Tersey was trying to give me the information so that I could notify whoever I was going to notify or take whatever the actions were appropriate.
I don't understand this feed. And like I said, another streamer is having the same trouble I'm having with the feed. So this is nothing to do with me personally. Thank you so much for watching if you're watching. Okay, so this is the gentleman that's between the ranch liaison and the sheriff's office. I like having the context. Let's see if I can force it to move forward more.
Notify whoever I was going to notify or take whatever the actions were appropriate.
Let me see if I can get on. What I'm going to do is go to a whole new window and see if that can help. But I know that other people have struggled with this as well. In fact, to the point that they have actually stopped streaming. Let's see if this will. See if I can get this to pop back in. Y'all, I appreciate you hanging in there. I'm doing everything I can to get this going. Live stream. I'm trying to open it up in a different window. But this is a frustration. I'm happy to have this stream, but most of the time we have to wait until later, like the morning session. They post late in the day and then all that. One of the things I want to bring up is that with the comment that was made earlier that if you're on the jury, who commented? Mary. Oh, did you just say that? Oh my gosh, Mary. All right, Mary, if you can hear me, raise your hand. Because I'm talking about you, girl. I got somebody on camera over here. Oh, you didn't say that, but you know what, Mary? I will give it to you. I will give it to you. You ready? Actually, which button is on? Okay, actually, the judge did come back and ate a little crow, which is unusual. No, that's not what I want. You didn't have to come in here and wave your hand. You could have waved it from in there, Mary. Yeah, this live feed is not a fun live feed. I'm hoping they figure it out. I'm sure that they're getting screamed at already. But the judge did come back and eat crow. I mean, he was hit social media wise hard. He was hit so hard, social media wise. Um, oh, here we'll share this and play this. Let me go back. We'll do this for the moment.
Next at noon, a shooting investigation currently underway after a woman dies on the east side. And we'll also have the latest on the trial happening on that rancher trial. We'll have those details coming up. And later, the dangers of social.
Okay, ma'am, you totally forgot what you were going to say on that. Oh my gosh, I love it. She totally spaced on that, y'all. She totally spaced. Oh, how funny. How funny. Yes, I said it. You sure did, Mary. I'm okay. But Mary, but the thing is that I get where the judge is coming from. He was told it was going to be a 3-week trial. The jurors were told it was going to be a 3-week trial, and hopefully we're back. Oh, all right, guys. Let me tell you what. Let me throw this screen up. Share. Let me throw up some music real quick. I'll be right there. Oh my gosh, who's that? Oh, that's oh, never mind. I got a buddy coming in. I got a buddy coming in, and she's bringing me something. Whoop, whoop. I am all in for it. So, anyway, so what's happening is that the judge was getting a juror had to have a judge contact their employer because the employer was not being cooperative. And I get it, especially in small businesses. It's really hard if you are a small business and you only have a few employees and one of them is on a 3-week, 4-week, 5-week trial. But under law, you can't do anything about that. That it is what it is, and you just have to, that's part of business. The judge really got angry. And I'm also sure that the judge above him, his boss, superior judge, or whatever they call him, was not very happy either with the fact that the trial is 3 weeks and the prosecution still is in there, is still given evidence. And it hadn't gone to the defense yet. So I'm sure he got a little butt chewing, and I'm sure that he did not appreciate it. And then he had to contact the employer of the juror and deal with that. And so he was a little bit in a bad mood come Thursday morning. And then it went viral. And the judge went viral. And unfortunately, that's just a part of social media. And so when it went viral, he probably got in more trouble. I mean, my gosh. I mean, you're in a no-win-win situation, but what he potentially has done, and here's the key, here's the catch. What he potentially has done is caused him,
There's generally
I'm going to play this, but I'm going to talk over it.
between 4 and 8 agents in there, 1 supervisor, and then
Maybe
one
not.
like a radio dispatcher. At a time. sorry, but.
Go ahead, finish up.
No.
So the ranch liaison was talking directly between George Kelly and then relaying information to Josh Tersey, who was one of my agents. And Josh Tersey was trying to give me the information so that I could notify whoever I was going to notify or take whatever the actions were appropriate.
He said, she said, he said, she said. So anyway, the situation is with if Mr. Kelly was to be found guilty, this is a huge case for appeal because the judge stated he was going to be limiting the time of the defense to finish cross-examining this witness to 5 minutes. She, i.e., one of the what I call the younger attorney of the team for the defendant, just said, Your Honor, I object. It is against my client's constitutional rights for you to do this. And basically, he then later said, you got 4 minutes. Now, I did time it. He did give them 7 minutes for them. And then he did the same thing for the prosecution. However, it's one of those things that you kind of go, oh, no, you didn't just do that. So this case, if Mr. Kelly is found guilty, probably will be overturned on an appeal because of what the judge had done. Yep. And that was the bigger issue. And then other attorneys who do and I was going to question this, the other attorneys who were doing the YouTube thing, and I agree with them 100%. If I was the attorney, I immediately would have been 2 things. One, the judge is to remove himself from this case. Or 2,
there's generally between 4 and
motion
8
for
agents in
mistrial.
there, 1 supervisor.
That's right, Janice. I know this is running again. Janice, oh, thank you so much. You were so right, Janice.
Go ahead, finish up.
The defense
the ranch
never
liaison
motioned for mistrial
talking
and has not renewed their
directly
objection.
between,
It won't even be considered if it makes
George
it to appeal.
Kelly and
I'm not a
then
lawyer,
relaying information
but I
to
think you are right.
Josh Tersey, who was one of my agents.
I think you're right.
Josh Tersey
Janice,
was
thank you
trying
so
to
much.
give me the
Like I said,
information
I'm an
so
alternate
that I
judge.
could
But it
notify
still
whoever I
leaves
was
a
gonna
bad
notify
taste in the
or take
mouth of
whatever
everybody
actions
who
were
saw
appropriate.
that. The jury did not see this at all. The jury was not in the room when this had happened. And I find it funny and kind of ironic that the judge forgot the jury wasn't in the room, was ready to proceed with the case. And I was like, oh, really? In fact, the defense had to sit there and go, excuse me, we don't have a jury. I'm like, oh my gosh, really? Really? So, I really appreciate you joining me, Janice. Thank you so very much. Please like, comment, and subscribe. I've only been doing this for a few weeks. Definitely missed opportunity for the defense. You're right. It was a missed opportunity. Just out of curiosity, Janice, how are you feeling about The Last Witness if you saw The Last Witness? I feel that The Last Witness sure did give them enough for them to have reasonable doubt. That is in my humble opinion. That is my humble opinion. And I need to have a shirt made. I need to have a shirt made, in my humble opinion. But like I said, this is a very interesting life. My bestie, my buddy, she brings me coffee. Sensei, go play. Oh, thank you so much, Kathy. You're an angel. Oh.
Okay.
You're an angel. Thank you.
Agent Tersey, right?
Yes.
And Agent Tersey is receiving some communication from Agent Morcell, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Agent Tersey is passing that communication on to you.
Yes.
And your understanding from Agent Tersey is that Agent Morcell is receiving this information from George Kelly.
Yes.
Did you believe that George Kelly was speaking with Agent Morcell at the same time that Agent Morcell was speaking with Agent Tersey?
Yes, but can I clarify that a little bit?
Yes, please do.
So For some of the communication, it sounded as if it was happening all simultaneously in this long telephone game. And some of the communication wasn't, because there was a period of time where Agent Marcel wasn't communicating with Mr. Kelly, but was only communicating with
Oh, come on now,
us, and
please.
saying he couldn't get a hold of Mr. Kelly.
Okay, so you had more than one communication with Agent Marcel, right?
Yes, but again, to clarify, for the most part, Agent Tercy and Agent Marcel were talking, and then Agent Tercy was relaying the information to me.
And when Agent Tercy relays information to you, what do you do?
It really depends on the nature of the information.
Actually, Janice, I agree with you. Are you a lawyer?
In this specific instance,
Going to school to be
with
a
the report as it was,
Sure, yes.
that there was potentially an active gunfight going on. I dispatched
I need a wand.
2 available agents I had.
I need a magic
And
wand.
notified the Pima County Sheriff's Office dispatch that was the report that was that we had received.
And so when you say you dispatched 2 agents, are you talking about Agent Heredia and Agent Dugan?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you communicate with them directly?
Via the radio, yes.
Do you remember what you told them?
I told them that we had received reports that Mr. Kelly, or from Mr. Kelly, that there was a group that was crossing his property and he might be engaged in a gunfight with them. That Mr. Kelly was going to attempt to clear his property, so that when they arrive, just make sure that it's unmistakable who they are, just because different use of force events can get very confusing or foggy. So I wanted to make sure that they were readily identifiable, showed up with their lights on, and maybe chirp their sirens just to identify themselves, so that they would be safe in that situation. And then, basically they were going to make sure that they were going, as from what I understand, to help Mr. Kelly, because he was reporting that there might be people shooting at him.
And so did you communicate to them, there might be people shooting at this person, he might be shooting back, not sure what's going on, but go ahead and go check it out, more or less?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, was that at about 2:30 in the afternoon?
Sometime between 2:30 and 2:40, ma'am.
Okay, and they go out there. Did you also communicate with the sheriff's department?
Yes.
And what did you tell the sheriff's department?
Okay, so at the time I was talking to the sheriff's department, the situation that you were describing earlier.
Come on. Blink. I tried. It is so frustrating. Let's see if I pause and start it again. Well, Janice, I'm dyslexic. I'm clinically dyslexic. So much so in college, I didn't do a whole lot of tests by writing, but I'll just call you Janice, right? I'm really bad. I can't do it. Anything with double R's like that, I can't do. But Janice, thank you so much for joining me. I've only been doing this for a matter of weeks, and so I appreciate any and all input. This is something that I started doing by accident, but I have been what I call a court junkie for years. I've watched hundreds of hours of trial. I am going to, I'm going back to school in September to get my criminal justice degree. Okay, now, Mary. I know what the judge did was bad the other way. Janice, I would like to hear your opinion on this. What is your opinion on the judge's behavior Thursday morning? That went viral. I know that it was not good. I'm just trying to figure. I'm going to try and open up in another feed. I know that a lot of people were very upset about that. But I think you're right. I think that the defense definitely dropped the ball on that side. Definitely dropped the ball. Their side is doing something weird. Let me see if my buddy is online. I didn't see him. I call him my buddy. Nope. I guess I'm the only one hanging in there with this. I'm the only one hanging in there with this. Well, that's okay, but we're gonna fight through it. I would say it's our internet, but I know other people who are struggling through this as well. Let me kind of pull it back a little bit and see if I can push
They
through.
were going as, from what I understand,
I'm sorry if it's repeating, y'all, but it's the only way I know to push through.
Mr. Kelly, because he was reporting that there might be people shooting at him.
No. Wait. This here to me is almost like a hearsay. This gentleman here states that he reported, i.e. victim. Victim necessarily didn't report that.
And he might be shooting back. Not sure what's going on, but go ahead and go check it out, more or less.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, was that at about 2:30?
Gotcha, Janice. Thank you so much.
2:30 and 2:40, ma'am.
Okay, and they go out there. Did you also communicate with the sheriff's department?
Yes.
I think there's been some miscommunication between what I call the telephone game between the departments that have not helped Mr. Kelly in this situation. Any opinions? Now they cut to a commercial and the commercial worked. I'm going to mute it. So one of the things that's frustrating me is what we call the telephone game thing that's going on. Mr. Kelly calls Border Patrol calls 911, 911 calls Mr. Kelly, and it's just this big old circle. And it's hard for me to really find what was actually truly said. I think that at this point that is lost. I just really do. I think at this point, to me, it's frustrating. If anybody has an opinion on that, please voice it. But for them to sit here and play this telephone game, and it's already been documented that there has been some inconsistencies. But is this inconsistency enough to affect the jury? That's my question. I think one of the last things that Mr. Kelly said, that if, he had shot the illegal or something along the lines, I'm getting a headache. But I think that Janice is right about the interview for Mr. Kelly. It did not help him. But at the same time, I don't think it drove a nail in the coffin either. And like I said, I'm waiting for these commercials to pass. I'm still wanting to know, where's the water? I mean, if the witness, day 1, 2, was saying that he was carrying 6 liters of water and the victim was carrying 6 liters of water, and they dropped the water in the process of their running, where is it? There's just so much lost evidence out there. And the footprint, I mean, they didn't compare it. I've just got a lot of questions. I actually have more questions now than I did before I started. Any opinion, Janice? And Janice, by the way, I hope you don't mind. I love interactive. I love to come back and forth and hear other sides to this and have people to bounce off of. I always love that. One of the things, though, is I live in Texas and I have been on the border. I've gone through some training I have a ministry, and I have dealt with people in sex trafficking who have been victims. And I know I got to be careful with saying that too much online. People who've been trafficked and sold to do things against their will. And it the way this trial is nowhere near giving you the picture that reality is for a lot of these people. That's why I'm struggling with this victim. Every time all the videos, all the training, everything I saw personally, a person who's commuting here, trying to cross illegally to stay, wouldn't be carrying binoculars and a radio and all of that. That's my humble opinion. That's what I believe from my information that I've had. I firmly have some questions about the time of death of the body and the way the ME just set it up for the time that he was pronounced when he could have died 3 hours earlier. So there's just a whole lot of questions for me. A whole lot of questions. And I'd love to hear what your questions are. I want to know what you think hasn't been answered or what you would like to see answered. Although I will say I'm very impressed with the jury's questioning. I'm very impressed with somebody's got medical, somebody's got legal knowledge on that jury. Because some of the questions they're asking are not necessarily, the verbiage that they're using is not necessarily common verbiage. I'm convinced there's one juror who already decided not guilty. All is going to take is one jury to vote not guilty and will be a hung. Then the prosecutor gets another bite of the apple. Yep. But will they? Do you think they will take that bite of the apple? Do you think they're going to actually come back? In one sense of the word, I mean, this trial, they'll know where the defense is going and they'll know exactly, they'll know where their strengths and weaknesses were, definitely on both sides. But do you think they're going to actually go for another bite? Just out of curiosity. And by the way, just so everybody knows, we are having a naming contest for the goat. I need a name for the goat. And I'm not good at picking up names. Need a name for the goat. I've used the goat a couple of times in this trial. Boy, they're throwing up a lot of commercials. And I'm just going to keep it up here so you guys can see I'm going to try and once again to go to another page. But I don't know. I mean, what is your thoughts on that witness? I mean, he knew the victim for 20 years and he said that neither one of them knew they were crossing the border that day, that they used to cross and work. I don't understand that. How is that even possible? There's just and okay, Janice, good question for you. What or how do you feel about the situation with the detectives going over into Mexico, not consulting with the Mexican police or the consulate's office, U.S. consulate's office? I can't say that word well. What's your thoughts on that? I mean, it's my understanding that's no. That's not what I want. Live stream. So what is your thoughts? Just curiosity. To me, that's a no-go. And I was wondering is then if somebody, if they did that and it is illegal, then, oh gosh, this is old stuff. If it is illegal, then how can this questioning come into play? Just my thoughts. Anybody else have an opinion? Please throw it out there. I enjoy the back and forth. I want to give a shout out right now to Recovery Addict. He has been so kind to me. I was having some technical problems and I reached out to him. One of the problems I was having was sound in the courtroom was like whispering like this. And I couldn't get it loud enough, but I've been watching him for about a year or longer. And he always has such wonderful audio compared to everybody else. Him and Emily D. Baker, when they go live, I love their stuff. Janet, why did he quit? I guess it was the news feed. I'm going to try and hang in there. I really, really, really want this to continue if possible. I may have to. We'll see. But anyway, RA is so awesome. And there's a device that you can see that has about 1,000 buttons. They may have taken a break on his device. And it's like a switcher. It's not cheap, but I sent him a picture of my setup, and I think we have pretty much everything the same, with the exception of that switcher. He's got like 4 computers running. Dude, I only have 1. I'm not that big yet. So my hope and plan for the future is that I am going to be in the future signing what I'm saying and talking about. It's hard to do that, but one of the things is it's important for me because I'm deaf without my hearing aids, and I have special ears in the ear monitors that I can use to hear. Otherwise, I'm deaf. I do have a service dog, but my signing and talking at the same time is not an easy thing to do. So, one of my goals is starting in May is to be doing lives with my signing. So everything I say, I sign at the same time. And of course, I have closed captioning where possible. But with that, I need to be better at controlling everything, because signing and pushing and buttons and everything all at the same time is very hard. So I'm learning everything now. So when I start using my hands in sign language, it'll be smoother. See how hard that is just right there? The brain power is doubled. Brain power is doubled when you do that, y'all. Y'all, it's like massively difficult. So let me go on. I'm trying to see if I can find another link for this trial. I am greatly disappointed in the fact that this has cut off. We do not have a live feed anymore. And I don't know why. And I'm going to look. I know I'm sounding a little weird in my voice. I've been fighting allergies, y'all. I've been fighting some serious allergies. What we may have to do is come back later when they post the which I'm looking for right now. Okay, I'm going to put that down. Let me see if I can pull up the Arizona court feed directly from the court, which probably not. Nope, they didn't even post this morning's yet. Today is what date? The 16th. The last thing they posted was the 12th. So 13th, 14th, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 16th. So they have not even posted this morning's video yet, which is ultimately frustrating. Well, Janice, I guess we have lost you. Thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. And if you are still here, let Mr. R.A. know I appreciate him. And I appreciate you from hopping on over. And like I said, it doesn't cost anything to like and subscribe. It doesn't. And we'll just see where things go from here. But right now, I'm going to leave it in the background. Let me see if I can find something else for us to do. I do not want to do the doomsday. I don't want to do Trump. I've already talked about the jail calls. I've already talked about the judge. I'm just trying to figure out what else we can do. Or if I'm smart, I take a break. Because y'all, as soon as this goes live again, I'm back up and running. So why don't we do this? I'm going to end this feed. I'm going to take a break. I'll set up a new feed. And as soon as they go live again, I'll come back. I know I'm looking all over the place. So I appreciate you. You guys have been phenomenal. I appreciate you sticking with me. I appreciate your comments, your likes, your subscribes, all of that. So let's go have a little break. I'll see y'all this evening when everything gets posted. In the meantime, stay safe. We'll talk to you soon.